It started as a dream, a challenge, a test of skill, strategy, and endurance. From the very first match, through the grinding battles, the impossible comebacks, and the heartbreaks, each moment has led us here. A road paved with triumph and defeat, where only the strongest survived. They have fought through the gauntlet, proving themselves against the best, rising above the rest. Now only a few remain. The stage is set, the lights are on, and history is waiting to be written. This is the final battlefield. Welcome to the Parallel Prime Championship, where legends are made.
Welcome to the Parallel Prime Championship knockout stages. This is going to be day one, of course, of the knockout stages. And we are going to be here to help you see what's going to be happening here. And our casters are going to be, of course, Free Tip Scout and Kinto. And I'm going to be your host, Excelsior PH. Guys, this is it. We're starting the first salvo of all things Parallel Prime Championship. uh, I know you don't like this question, of course. How are you feeling right now, especially with this day going to start with all of these hard hitting, amazing players from the parallel community. Let's start with Free Tip.
Yeah, you know what? I'm always excited for these tournaments, always, because they're just such high quality and you see some incredible plays. But today's different because today everybody has grinded all season to get to this point. They've grinded hard. They've made some big sacrifices. They've put in some
Yeah.
tons of hours. They've had to take some big scalps along the way, right? Because
Yeah.
there's a lot of great players in this game, and they're
Mhm.
now at the point where they're almost one step away from making it to Vegas. That's
Yeah.
huge. I mean, the stakes are massive. So, like, we've looked at the guys that are competing. There's almost nothing between them. So this is going to be a very intense weekend of high level play, and I think everyone is in for a huge treat this weekend.
Yeah, definitely in it for for all the marbles, and of course we the ones who are going to be watching, casting, spectating all the amazing things that they're going to be having this weekend. We are going to be at the ground level of what it is going to be, like what is going to be an amazing culmination of the first season of Parallel League. But of
Yeah.
course, let's listen to what Hinto has to say. Like, man, same question, of course, as what I ask Free Tips. What do you think, man?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great moment. This is the final hours before the big tournament, the Worlds. We have seen some players absolutely killed it during the whole season.
Mhm.
Um, we have seen other players, and this is what we were speaking before this meeting, how some of of other players were qualified and went the hard route about
Yeah.
going for the last chance qualifiers into the knockouts. Um, and the results are insane. Like, we have the best players, we have some OGs of the community
Hmm.
participating against other pros of big names like Hearthstone and all of that.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be really exciting to watch these knockouts and see who goes forward to the top 16 in the world. I'm super excited about this weekend.
Yeah, definitely excited as well. Top 16 from top 32. It is not an easy route, right? It's not going to be an easy route. I'm going to be explaining to you guys how it's going to be happening. Of course, for the tournament for today, or like for the next coming days, of course, we're going to be having the top 32 fight it out. How are they going to be fighting it out? There's going to be 4 pods of 8 players each. And each of these players are gonna be fighting against each other in a round robin best of 5. So a total of 7 matches for each of them. So this is going to be happening like Pod A is going to be fighting within everyone over at Pod A. So for example, Vice is going to be fighting against Exy Win, Jaimon, Jizo, Very Fat Cat, Yarla, Wolfgang KTA, and Hylos Diardi. Everyone is going to be fighting everyone at least once in a best of 5 match, and whoever wins will get 3 points, and whoever gets to the top 4 at the end of everything, of like when the fog clears out, top 16 will emerge. And of course, we have not seen we have not revealed yet the total breakdown of the prize pool, but I have commandeered free tip to give us the tip on what the prize pools are gonna be. Man, can you give us a breakdown, man?
The best free tips ever, or always around money, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
the prize pool just to kind of compete at Vegas is huge. First place is going to be going away with 100 grand. So this is why this really matters this weekend. Not only getting to Vegas and being able to say, look, I'm part of the best 16 players in parallel, but
Mhm.
to actually have a chance of winning 100 grand, I mean, that's the sort of money that's kind of life changing. So, and it's 100 grand for playing a card game, which, we have to say is incredible. So,
Yeah.
100 grand, if they get into the final and they win it, is what they get. Second place gets 50 grand. So that's $50,000. Third place
Mhm.
gets $20,000. Fourth place gets 15,000.
Yeah.
Fifth to sixth get 10,000. Seventh to eighth get 7,500 each,
Mhm.
and then ninth to 12th get 4,000, and if you come in the 13th to 16th range, you get 2,500
Yeah.
dollars, which is still very, very good, and you get the prestige of course, saying that I'm one of the best 16 players in parallel. So incredible. So that's there you go. There's your free tip. All right.
Yeah, amazing free tips, especially again, as you said, it comes with the moolah, right? Yeah, and we
Yeah.
have top 16, and you saw like just being there, all expense paid, flying
Yeah.
in, having your accommodation, and just like being on the top 16 already like banks you $2,500. Like, and I am saying with great confidence that most of these players are gonna be bringing it back to the ecosystem and buying some perfect loops, buying some avatars or whatnot, and like leaving some for whatever use they have. But yeah, it's gonna be coming back to the system. I guarantee you. I know some of the players. They bought some PLs. They bought some rare, quote unquote, rare avatars, like with those characteristics that are not as seen, like one of seven or one of 12 or whatnot. And yeah, they're all in. They're like they like the cards, and they like to start buying more of those perfect loop cards even more. And I we saw the pods a while ago, right? We saw the pods. That we also had a podcast with Ali and Muka regarding them being classified into each pod. Do you have any pod that you're watching out for? Like anything exciting? Let's start with Kinto.
Yeah, definitely. We saw one of the pods there, pod C,
Mm-hmm.
which I coined the name pod cooked because that
Yes.
pod, right?
Podcast.
Because I think that pod especially has like a lot of the biggest names
Mm-hmm.
and hardcore players,
Mm-hmm.
people like Lambi and that sort. So yeah, definitely. Like I mean, every pod actually looks really tough. Like these are the top of the top players. I mean, having other pros like Thais, like Fino, who have a lot
Mm-hmm.
of experience in in tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, like we have seen many of these players in majors. We have seen them. We have the rank one player in the ladder.
Mm-hmm.
Many of them have been top 10 in the ladder also. Uh, so yeah, I think every pot actually is gonna be super try hard here.
Yeah. How about you? Like aside from pod cooked, yeah, you don't have you can't pick pod cooked right now. Free tip. It's already been chosen. Anything from pod A, B, and D? What are you looking out
Well,
for?
yeah. I mean, how can I follow up with Pod Cooked because that's just incredible. I actually think that yeah, I agree. Pod C is really competitive. I have actually said I sort of tweeted it out. I actually think that Pod B is a bit of I call them groups, but of course they're pods. But I always reference kind of the football term that like for me, Pod B is like a group of death because you
Mhm,
got Viper, Fino,
mhm,
Jason, Florent in there, Hogvax, Bright Avian, D
mhm,
Money, Ballbent, Sparkling. I mean,
mhm.
that for me seems really, really competitive. They're all really competitive, but when I look at that kind of just like wow, that strikes a lot of fear and
Mhm.
excitement into me because I think that would just be great to see every single game there. So I think that's really tough. But do you know what? Like when you look at all the pods,
Mhm.
there's really not much between any of them. So we can say yeah, that's a that's a pod cooked and that's a group of death, but they're all really really bad. What I will
Yeah.
say, and I've had a
Yeah.
chance to do this, I wanted to ask some of the players who are kind of competing this
Mhm.
weekend. I asked a few of them like how do they feel, about their pods and their groupings. And
Yeah.
what was really funny is that every single person I asked,
Mhm.
the response was, "I feel great." And you
Mhm.
know
Yeah.
what? Like they feel super confident because they know that they deserve to be here, that they can
Mhm.
beat anybody here, and that they can
Mhm.
go and take the title. So yeah, it's amazing. I don't think any of them fear being in any pod, even if we kind of do
Yeah.
for them.
Yeah, like dude, I understand you. Like if you have played as much as these guys, I'm apologizing because I wasn't able to calculate how much they did or how many games they we are having for all of these 32. Like imagine like we saw that the player profiles like have 3,000 games for this player A, like 5,000 games for
Yeah,
player B. I was supposed to do this this morning and to give you like a kind of feedback on how many games there are between all of these players. But confidently, I can definitely say it's like more than 100,000 games, or like give or take. But
yeah, I can believe
imagine,
that.
guys,
Yeah,
imagine, man. Like if you played that much with parallel, you probably faced each and every one of these guys over at the top 32. And if you're in the top 32, you would have probably scribbed with anyone here over at the top 32. So
yeah,
this is an amazing, amazing group. But for me, like me, um, I want to see Pod D, like Pod D, just
pod
because
D.
Manos is there.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it for me.
yeah,
That's it for me. That's the reason. Like Manos is there, and yeah, let's watch Pod D. But kidding aside, everything I know most of these people here, Seconox, Dual Note, Tyler, I've seen personally, and Manos, Gavin as well. So I want to see how well they're going to be performing and how they're going to be playing as well. And for today's tournaments or for today's casting, can you give us a short preview on how we're going to be doing it? Like, are we going to be doing Pod A, these players, and then like just go through their best of fives? Are we going to be switching? How are we going to be doing it, free tip?
yeah. So I think the plan for today is that there's so many great players here, and there's so many great games that are going to happen. That I think we're just going to be sort of dipping into one game, getting a
Mhm.
nice feel for what's going on, and then maybe jumping into another game to see what else is happening there. Because I personally want to see as many different games as possible because
Yeah.
I'd like to get a bit more of a feel for how these guys are playing and potentially how they get on, what's their story to maybe get into Vegas. So I
Mhm.
think that's what we'll be doing today. We'll kind of I don't know what pod we'll start with, but we'll take a game from a pod. We'll say, okay, let's jump in, let's check it out, and
Yeah.
then once we've kind of looked at the game and we've had one game with them, we'll jump and see what else is happening. So everyone today is in for a real treat because
Yeah.
we will try and show you as much of the action as possible. And of course, when we jump over to different games, we'll try and keep you updated as to what's happening in the other games as well that we may be left.
Guys, imagine like we are in a physical TCG venue or a physical venue and there are pods and like we are like overseeing them and then we're like like moving from one table to another. That's
Yeah,
basically what's
yeah,
going to be happening right now, right? Like the
yeah.
TCGs, you've seen them. They're doing their pods, and then like we're just going to be the hovering production team going over there. We're just gonna be bothering. We're gonna be watching your match now. Make sure you're ready and whatnot.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, man, because we're gonna be seeing most of the action, not just some of the players. And it's gonna be a kind of a, how do you say this? An exciting feel, because we're gonna be pod hopping. Anyway,
yes, yeah.
here, Kinto, I have a question for you, man. The
Yep.
patch just released, right? The patch just released. Are you expecting any meta changes or any like spicy decks to come out from the change in the patch and the absence of any of the other cards? What do you think, man?
Well, what I've been hearing around that what I saw in the ladder
Mm-hmm.
this week after the patch was that there was um, some people playing with Arak decks because of the new changes to Augencore, which was the main focus of the patch, tuning
Mm-hmm.
it down for CP
Mm-hmm.
um, a bit. Wouldn't say like too much, since I understand the team still wants these cards, CP cards, to be powerful but not like super broken.
Yeah.
Um, so in the case of Iraq, I still don't know if this is gonna be a contender. However, in the case of just um, going against everything else that's not CP,
Mm-hmm.
we might see some Augencore decks using Iraq. However, I do think that the universal hacker deck using Workshop is still pretty much overpowered because of the Workshop tokens.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
so yeah, hopefully we see something different in the Augencore scene, but not quite sure if we will actually.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, free tips about
Yeah.
this? I know you have been playing with some Augencore this
Yeah.
week.
Yeah, yeah, I have. Yeah, it's actually funny you're talking about Iraq because that's mainly what I've been playing. Because I just thought let's experiment, let's figure out like something with Iraq. And I can tell you now that last night on the stream we figured out a fantastic Iraq deck. So I'm actually quite excited. It's competitive as well, and I think that there is a little space for Arak to maybe, I don't think
Mm-hmm.
maybe become like the meta, but I think there is a space for Arak to see a lot more play in the meta because he can, in the right build,
Yeah.
actually do pretty well, even against Sippy, to be honest
Yeah.
with you, which we discovered. So I'm quite excited. I like the changes that they're making overall to the patch because Algoncore's needed a lot of love.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably been one of the parallels that's been a little bit left behind with some of the changes to the cards and some of the card releases, and it's nice to see that the team recognize that they don't, want to just completely leave it behind. They want it to still have a place in the game, of course.
Yeah.
And some of the changes they've made have been really cool. It's nice to see, like for example, with the Triumph of Iron, which unfortunately we won't see at the tournament this weekend because
Mm-hmm.
it's disabled. But it's nice to see that card, for example, kind of get to a point where it's starting to become on the same level as the other Triumphs. So
Yeah.
in terms of the patch, really good. I hope that what we see in the next patch, of course, is a little
Mm-hmm.
bit more love still for Algoncore. I think
Mm-hmm.
we will see also Sippy and Cathari maybe being toned down a bit more as well, because I think it still needs it. We see at these tournaments that very often Sippy just gets banned because the players just don't want to go up against a really, really strong deck. They just want to take that out of the equation. But I think that when Sippy maybe gets toned down a bit and Cathari gets toned down a bit, we might see more Cathari in future tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we're gonna be seeing some more Cathari, but hashtag skip the Skippy,
Skip the
skip the
skip, yeah.
Skippy. Yeah,
Keep skipping.
so yeah, skip the Skippy. Like it's gonna be definitely like happening. Like you don't want to go through that. You don't want to give your opponent one win, just because you were like, okay, I can counter this Sippy. I have this deck. I've tried it like 10 times and I won 9. But you have to
Yeah,
think. You have to think. You have to have like a lot of samples for that to
yeah,
happen. And within a short time post match, I feel these guys are just gonna be sticking to their guns, like to the usual suspects, to what they're also most comfortable with, and and yeah, considering the aftermath of Parallel League Major 3, is New Dawn gonna be making a comeback yet again? What do you think, Free Tip and then Scout?
I had a
Free
feeling
Tip
you might ask this
and then Kinto. Yeah,
question because,
yeah,
yeah, I know that you are big on New Dawn, big fan of New Dawn, and I think
yeah,
I even saw Excelsior you done a stream saying,
yeah,
okay, is New Dawn any good now based off the last major?
yeah,
So I almost wanted to ask you that question because you probably know more, right? What I
yeah.
will say is that I think that New Dawn is really fun
Mm-hmm,
and good to bring at a tournament.
mm-hmm,
I still don't think that it's great on the ladder, and I
yeah,
don't think it's great on the ladder just purely because it just struggles with really fast decks that go wide. So
mm-hmm,
until New Dawn gets some kind of a card that can help them deal with that more, or maybe go wide themselves, I think New Dawn's still gonna not be the top tier deck that people look at. But in
mm-hmm.
terms of
Yeah.
tournaments, we've seen that like it's a deck that can outlast pretty much any other deck. So as long as you can frustrate your opponents and you're going up against a deck that can't go super wide and super aggro at you, or you're able to just hold out enough against the strong early pressure, you've got
Mm-hmm.
great chances of doing well with New Dawn. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many people do bring it this tournament based off the last tournament. That's for sure.
Yeah. How about you,
Yeah,
Kinto? Like as a Qatari main. Wait, are you a Qatari main? I'm assuming you're wearing Qatari main. Yes.
always been.
Yeah, always been like
Always
as
been
a Qatari main.
in the
How has
start.
it been destroying some new dawns over at ladder? Like do you like
I mean,
uh
it's
are you having a hard time? Are you having an easy time? Can you share with us your
I
experience?
I see a new one and I already know I won. Like
Yeah.
the only time, like I gotta say something here. The only time that didn't happen was at the beginning of Planetfall, where I was actually facing Viper a lot. Like for some reason, we were like close in the ladder, and I
Yeah.
was really sparring with him,
Mm-hmm.
going one match after the other. He won, I won, he won, I won, and he was using Nudon by that time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's the only time I recall that someone using Nudon actually
Mm-hmm.
had a chance to beat me.
Mm-hmm.
But usually when I see Nudon, it's like, dude, I'm just gonna flood the board like a maniac, and you're just gonna get destroyed. There's nothing Nudon
Mm-hmm.
can do about that if I manage to outrun them
Yeah.
in board presence.
Yeah.
However, there's some good players. In the ladder that can use brand, can use Nudon in a way where it's like tuned, like it's a deck that it's tuned especially to beat decks like CPUs, going heavy on the
Mm-hmm.
slingers, going heavy on the life siphons, and things that just delete your early board, then using all of your resources back at you, like start building Cathari boards
Mm-hmm.
themselves and
Yeah.
stuff like this. This is how you win against CP. You do have to have some luck in order to do that. Need to have some good early hands.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, overall, it's like a normal Nudon player. It's gonna get cooked by CP for sure.
Yeah, definitely going to be difficult for a new dawn. Like for my experience, like even though you have a demo, like demolecularize, turn 8, maybe even ramping it up by Tioli, like there's gonna be another set of swarm
Yeah.
coming from Sippy. So like then the next time the next one, there's gonna be another set if you clear that one.
Yeah.
Because of
Yeah.
the Sippy muster, right? So
Yeah.
yeah,
You need like
it's
you need like
yeah.
30 demos, at least 30 demos, you know?
I
Yeah.
mean, that's why Neve has actually been useful because you can have like Demo and then Amalia, and then it's good because the high density genetic replicator has been like nerfed quite a bit
Mm,
because of the no HP buff, but still the whole board is gonna be full of clones, and it
yeah.
has been a problem, right? And anyway, okay, yeah,
I wanted to
go.
just quickly ask you, just before we move on, do you think that the change to the replicator has made a difference to the meta?
I think it gave some of the other players without, or the other paragons without board clear, like some
Mm,
chance to just go and trade properly, right? But
Yeah.
all in all, there is still the threat of you being overwhelmed with the number of units on the board. Plus, since there is a possible presence of a Harf on the board from some of the Skippy builds, there is still a turn 5 kill box. So, like, it's still something on my mind. Like, okay, he's gonna go kill box now. He has Harf on the board. Okay, I have to take down that Harf before the other clones. So that's always been at the back of my mind. Still strong, possibly going to be most likely banned here
Mm.
in the knockout stages. And
Yeah.
guys, they're gonna be having one, two, three, four decks. One deck is gonna be banned. So that's something that they're gonna be looking out for. Three decks that are gonna be carried. What do you think? What are the paragons or the archetypes of decks are gonna be brought out by our player plus the one Skippy deck. So just give me three decks that you think are going to be carried by the players. Let's start with Kinto. Kinto.
Um, the three decks that I think we will see that go through are definitely Earth and Nehemiah, um, Kathy for some aggro, and I would say Unishop with a
Oh,
hacker. I think those are
okay.
the three main decks that we will see a lot.
How about
Yeah.
you, Free Tip? Like, what do you think? What the decks are going to be for the knockout stages?
Yeah, I mean, I think I completely agree with Quinto. I think we'll probably see those three decks the most at this tournament. I'd be surprised if we didn't, because they are generally considered to be kind of the strongest to bring and to play at a tournament. Maybe
Hmm.
we see a couple of, as we just talked about, maybe we do see a couple of new dawns thrown in there, but I think Neve is still very, very strong.
Hmm.
We talked about Neve, how you just mentioned about the Dominion and Malia. That's very, very effective, not only just against Sippy, but also against like boards that go wide. You have to be careful with it though, because of course we know that if you Dominion too many units, you're going to put yourself in the danger zone where you're easily then able to be finished off. But I think generally speaking, I agree with Quinto. We'll see
Hmm.
the likes of Earthen, Kathy, and we'll see Uni Workshop mainly. Yeah. But
You know,
I'd like to hope we see something different. But at the
yeah.
end of the day, these players are probably thinking, right, do I really want to take a massive risk here when I'm like one step away from getting to Vegas? Probably not.
Hmm.
So yeah, if they do, kudos to them. But I think we'll probably see those decks because they know that they can perform, and it's like they know what they're going to get from them, and they've probably been practicing the most with them as well. So yeah,
I've it's an amazing insight, right? Of course, why would you want to risk something that has a high risk or high reward output, right? I mean,
yeah,
some people are like that. Some people, most of these professionals are not like that, and we
yeah,
won't expect something different from the rest. But like some small tweaks, some small
yeah,
techs, that's what we're going to be expecting. And you mentioned a while ago, like Neve's Dominion, possibly one of the
yeah,
greatest board clears, but it flies you to the danger zone.
yeah,
As you said,
yeah,
right, to near zero, and there's not a lot of life gain that has been put into the system for Shroud. Like unlike
no,
Stolen Power, right? There's a corrupted, but Malia has been like nerfed to that kind of level wherein you can't recover from the health gain. So
yeah.
hashtag bring Malia back. So anyway,
Yeah, I
yeah,
think also another thing just to add, just in case viewers don't know, is
yeah.
that the guys that have made it to this point have basically been grinding for the last what seven,
Mhm,
8 months or so. It's a
mhm,
huge, huge ordeal. They've been on a massive journey, and you almost don't want to take that journey, then just think, okay, I'm just going to risk it all now on a deck that could do okay. It's very much like high risk, high reward. Or do I
mhm,
just try and play with decks which I know are safer and then just because the competitors are always already so good, do I
mhm,
just take a safe deck and then just try and beat a very good competitor rather than just okay, I'm going to beat them because I'm going to play something different that they're not going to expect. I
yeah,
mean, it's just a massive risk to take, isn't it? When you've just spent the whole season getting to this point. So yeah,
yeah,
and like Dominion as well is such a poison chalice, as we talked about. You just mentioned, you've got to be careful with it because it can win you a game, but it can single-handedly lose you a game as well if you overuse it. Yeah.
Yeah. And man, that's a great, great discussion right there as to what decks can be carried. But what's greater is I got the news, like it's like the top secret news from the production, and they say first match, we are going to be spectating Heis versus Jimon. And we've already seen the player profiles of these players. It's already out over the podcast. We've seen them over at the different tournaments. Thoughts like let's start with Kinto. Like, how was the journey of Thais to get here? How did he get to this point, to the top 32?
Well, yeah, he basically got enough points to qualify, like the top 150 players to qualify
Hmm.
for the Last Chance Qualifier, and then he got top 8 in the Last Chance Qualifier,
Hmm.
and now he's in the knockouts. This is
Oh
how
yeah.
he did it,
Hmm.
and I mean, this is the like what we were speaking about, like the hard route for him, but he managed to do it. He's a professional TCG player, so uh, not that surprised about it, but really
Yeah.
impressive.
And yeah, we are now going to be starting the match. And before, like, as we are starting the match, I would like to also mention, of course, thanking all OpenSea for making this happen. OpenSea is the world's first and largest peer-to-peer marketplace for crypto collectibles. OpenSea supports multiple blockchains with the broadest set of categories for new emerging asset classes, which include digital collectibles, gaming items, and other virtual goods. For more information, visit OpenSea.io. And with that, let's start the first match. Guys, this is it. This is going to be Jimon versus Thais for the knockout stages. And let's hand it over to our casters, Free Tip Scout and Kinto. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, here we
Yeah.
go. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Quinto, super excited. We can see that Jimon is playing as Earthen and Ties is playing as Marco. This is Kathy. This is going to be an interesting game. Very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. We see here in Thais turn, he's banking that Bloodhound transport, thinking about it.
Hmm.
Also have a Pathfinder there, Bannerman, no snitching, and a Take It or Leave It, which is really good. A Take It or Leave
Mm.
It in the mulligan, I would say.
Hmm.
However, on Jimon's side, he goes right away with the Stewie. Sadly
Yeah.
for him, there's no snitching. Usually we see these no snitchings in the mulligan hands in these tournaments. I mean, I think they are really important cards to start with to block these
Hmm.
types of plays, especially.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I also like as well, we can see just a quick shout out to Parallel Stats with their overlay that we can see on the left hand side. Just in case anyone was wondering, what is that on the left hand side? That is the Parallel Stats Twitch overlay. So big shout out to Parallel Stats for that because it's a fantastic tool. And as you rightly pointed out, Quinto, in this matchup, especially when you're going up against Earthen, it's really a good idea in your opening hand to get like a no snitching so you can stop that early ramp. And Vice just done that. He just no snitched the Steward of the Garden. So Jimon can't go straight into a rummaging researcher or a provoked caretaker now. He has to think about what he's going to play. It's probably going to be the fungi because that's really his only play, and it is. There you go.
Yeah. Having the fungi for that specific situation is really good. Saving it
Mm.
in case the Stewie gets silenced. So now he gets that nice little Stewie to clear the board against a
Yeah.
deck like Markolian that if you stop the early game, you should be all right.
Yeah. I really love that fungi. I think you make such a good point. It's so good just to kind of keep as a backup plan, isn't it? In case your Stewie goes wrong, because then you've still got like a really decent unit. Like a lot of other units in different parallels. Like for example, if we talk about the Singularity Steward, if that gets snitched, you've just basically got a 0/3 that's useless. You can't really put any decent upgrades on it. And so you've just got like a unit that's on the board that doesn't do anything. But with Earthen, they've got so many cool upgrades with the fungi um, that can help. And we've just seen it's been removed now because Thais has just gone into Kathy. His board is looking pretty good, isn't it, actually, at this point? We might have lost Quinto for a second, so we'll just wait until he comes back. But this at the moment is looking pretty good for Thais here. We've got Kathy on the board. There is a virulent spores that comes down, so that is going to kill both Kathy and the Pathfinder. In fact, actually, Kathy may survive this, no? She will. She'll be on 1. She'll just about survive. And she'll survive until the next turn, and then she'll die. It's a little bit of a tricky one, though, for Thais here, because he does have what looks like a glaive in his hand, and he's got a Crimson Fleet Machinist. He's figuring out whether, does he just go with the glaive here? I think putting the glaive down would be good, keeps the pressure going. We're just going to, Quinto will be back soon, guys, do not worry. Quite nice options, though, in Gmon's hand. With the Rummaging Researcher, the Provoke Caretaker. So even though he doesn't have a board, he's got units that can, if he puts them down, he can hold on to a board. Okay, this is actually quite nice. So Thais plays the Crimson Fleet Machinist, and then he gets a Vindicator, which he can put down and immediately buff. I quite like that. And he's put the Crimson Fleet Machinist in between the Vindicator and Kathy, so that the Vindicator has a bit more of a chance of surviving.
Yeah, we have seen this really nice early game from Thais, especially going against Earthen. Like, this is what you want to see. Strong units, get that Bannerman early, now has the Vindicator. However, this formidable presence by Gmon is gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he's going to lose his board.
leaving Thais in a really tough spot now already. Half of the health of Gmon is down, but this is where things get a little bit tricky when you're playing Markolian against a deck like this. However, Thais draws have been incredible. He has there the Estelles, the Kathy's expertise to do nice damage, and the Triumph of Mars to just cycle his deck and find the answers.
Yeah, absolutely. I still really, I mean, I think this has been really good play from Gmon. Just get the Formidable down, clear the board, give yourself a bit of breathing room, because as you mentioned, he's down below half of his health. And then just figure out, like, how can you try and stabilize on the board and then start to offer your own threats. We can see that the the glaive is down as a 3/7. I always hate that combo when I'm going up against it, where you see the Fleet Machinist and then you see the glaive, because you know the glaive is just going to be much more of a nightmare to deal with that extra buff to its health. It already comes in with decent health, but to get a buff as well is tough. But we see another Formidable in Gmon's hand. He's got the Altar of Gaia now, which he's played. It's going to give him some nice valuable heal. So he's still in a good position, right? He's still, there's more than enough game here to be played still.
Yeah, Estelle's really, really good in this situation with the Machinist and 2 Triumphs of Mars. Also the Cindy in hand. This is really good for Thais in this situation.
Yeah, bank 1. He's gonna play all the Triumph. Okay. I thought he might have gone with Cindy there just to keep the pressure going. Opts not to, but then his draw there was great. I mean, he goes from a Triumph into a Rally Cry, and he's also got another Triumph in his hand. So that was fantastic. That is brilliant. And he's got the Pathfinder there. Wow, he can really get a board going here. That's incredible. That's really good. And at the moment, Gmon only answer really is a Formidable, just to try and clean some of this up. But he's down to 12, and he looks a little bit stressed now in the camera feed.
Yeah, we
Okay,
see a big
so
board here by Thais. This is really great for him. Jimon already at 12 health. Have some answers in his hand. For example, that Moonlit and another formidable presence to start dealing with this board. However, I believe Jimon's hand, Jimon's health is a bit low for what is going on in this matchup. Just decides to go with one formidable presence in order to not lose too much energy next turn.
yeah, the provoke caretaker is pretty nice to play as well. Quite like that. We can see the Vindicator gets played as well, and Trigger Happy gets banked so that he can refill his hand with the Triumph of Mars. So still trying to apply the pressure, gets a Wong, an Alvaro, and an artillery volley. Plays the Wong and has okay options here. A Rally Cry, an Expertise, another Alvaro. It's quite nice actually. And the Expertise can help him get over the line. This is a lot of pressure here from Theiss. And Gmon's in a spot because on the next turn he will potentially lose with all
Yep.
this damage on the board.
I mean, this is definitely a big, yeah, yeah. You can see there how it.
I mean, he's going here, isn't he, for a gamble? He's going to see what can I get? Can I get some kind of a defender here just to try and stop some of the damage and prevent lethal? He gets a Terror, which is actually probably one of the best pulls he could have got here because the Terror can then potentially give him another defender or another unit. So the Terror comes down, and that's it. That's it. The opponent concedes. So that's a first win for Theiss there.
Hey,
Okay.
guys, what's up? What's up?
Okay.
Okay, amazing win from Ties. And we were like, we also like to apologize to whatever technicals we were experiencing during the stream, but we are going to get the best experience to you guys moving forward. And first win from Ties. Like, how did it go? Like, what was the turning point during that match? Kinto.
Yeah, definitely. This was a perfect early game
Mm-hmm.
by Thais. When this is exactly what you want to do and you want to see when you're playing Markolian, like
Yeah.
going with that big banner man early, neglecting Earthen
Yeah.
to ramp up, then dropping the Cathy, then going on with the Vindicator.
Mm-hmm.
Then you want, when you're running out of cards, you want to see that Triumph of Mars to keep on the pressure. The Estelles is also a big card that you can drop there against Earthen. That's going to be really difficult
Yeah.
to do. Play around the Virulent Sports. This was perfect for Thais. So really, really good. Really good.
Yeah. It's an amazing first match. I mean, you who knew, of course. Or of course, most likely everybody in the Ties fan group knew that Ties would make this happen. But anything Gmon could have done to get that turnaround free tip.
I think it was really tough for him because he was put under a lot of early pressure and he lost his ramp. So he was trying to get that an energy ramp, which Earthen relies a lot on.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can stop that, then you can usually have a very good chance of swinging the momentum in your favor.
Yeah.
So his plan was to kind of go the Stewie into the rummaging researcher to
Mm-hmm.
start getting that reveal engine going, which
Yeah.
his deck revolves around. He couldn't get it going quick enough, and then all he was really doing was then kind of after that just playing defense
Mm-hmm.
because of the early pressure from Thais. So I think if he had got that ramp, it might have been a little bit different,
Yeah.
and maybe Thais would have been playing on the defensive instead.
Yeah, dude. Like that was an amazing first match. I would like to say like it was quick. It was much quicker than what we are used to. Like I was just like maybe it's because Muka and Ali are not starting the matches with the shout out to Muka and
Might
Ali.
be.
I know you're gonna be going a bit later, but yeah, I mean it's usually like an hour, like for the first match. But with this match, I'm showing some hope to have short matches over the next runs. But yeah, I mean, uh, with this, of course, with this first match, like does this mean, of course, does this give the how do you say it? Like when you were watching Thais here, like does he like exude like any like a kind of questionable plays, or like was it all pristine? Like did he like make anything anything that can be done differently from your perspective, or was it all just good to watch and like all clean? Let's listen to Kinto.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really nice matchup. I think definitely super clean in that
Hmm.
regard. Like this is what I mentioned before. This is what you want to see playing Markolian
Yeah.
against Earthen. Like this is your chance at a win against Earthen. There's nothing basically that couldn't happen different for you to win this match.
Hmm.
So yeah, props to Thais. He played it really well. Played to his advantages, and he got the win.
Yeah, yeah, and it's amazing for his first match. Yeah, props to Tice, but of course, Gmon can still catch up. This is again best of five, guys. For those of you who are watching, and this is again day one of the knockout stage. We're watching different pods for each match, and of course, I've also have had like a insider tip that we're gonna be having the next match, Sparkling versus Brighton. Let's talk about these players before we start. Any thoughts about Brighty, free tip?
Yeah, well, I love Brighty because he's a super energetic,
Hmm.
enthusiastic, very passionate guy about TCGs, Web3 in general. He's got a huge amount of experience. So his reputation precedes him basically when it comes
Hmm.
to playing TCGs.
Hmm.
And he's a real competitor. Like
Yeah.
he really knows exactly what he needs to do when he's in a game. He's very tough to beat,
Hmm.
and I think we might see some interesting decks potentially from him. uh I wouldn't be surprised
Mm.
if we see him take on Sippy
Yeah.
if he doesn't decide to ban Sippy, because
Yeah.
we maybe heard a little bit through the grapevine that that might be something he's looking to take on. So yeah, I'm kind of excited, and I met Brighty also in Manila. I think you
Hmm.
did as well, didn't you,
Yeah.
Excelsior? Right? I think you
Yeah.
met him,
Yes, I
and
did,
he is
man.
just he's just like like one of those personalities. It's just full of life. So he's always got a smile on his face, and I'm sure even when he's playing to that today
Hmm.
against whatever competitor, he'll be smiling most likely. I guess we'll see it, but like he's just got a lot of personality. Really cool guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what I can say about Brighty is like he's a ball of energy, but of course he is exuding too much energy right now that we're gonna be skipping that match. Skip the skippy. I'm sorry, guys, for bringing up your hopes between the match between Sparkling and Brighty, but we're gonna be having another set of matches. We said a while ago, um, free tip gave the tip about the money, and talking about money, we're gonna be seeing D Money versus Fino. Okay, have you had?
Very
What do you think
nice.
about Fino as a player, as a professional TCG player, Kinto?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say that Fino has been like I've been following Fino since forever because I was previously a Hearthstone player too
Mhm.
before Parallel.
Yeah.
And I followed Fino, his channel. I knew about him. He's a legend in the TCG space, and
Mhm.
having like met him and being able to talk to him directly, uh,
Mhm.
being in the Parallel scene, seeing him play, been a great honor. I've casted with him once also, and watching him getting in the top ranks of the
Mhm.
ladder and getting in the top
Yeah.
places, and also in these tournaments, it's been great
Yeah.
to see from people from other TCGs, famous people also
Yeah.
coming here to Parallel and enjoying the game.
That's right. That's right. And with that, of course, we're gonna go straight into the action. Thank you for that, Kinto. And this is gonna be the first match of D Money versus Fino. The casters, Freedom Scout, and Kinto, take it away.
Wow.
Yeah.
What?
Well, we can see that they're already quite deep into the game. They're already at 7 and 8, well, 7 and 6 energy. Sorry. So we can see here that D Money's in a very commanding position with New Dawn against Earthen.
This is a
He's got
wild.
basically, yeah, he's got the Terra Mech, he's got the Terra Glider, he's got incredible units on the board. So Fino's in a difficult spot here. He's down to 15. Quinto, what do you reckon? He
What
needs
did
a great
run into
escape.
like Demony playing Newton with a Terra mech on the field?
Yeah,
What is going on here?
crazy.
Like, definitely got banished. I would assume by that honor steward, the Terra mech, and then he recovered it with well, Newton is not in play, so he might have
No,
recovered. How did he do it? Did he play an Adira, for example?
or maybe he
That's
played a
another option.
Triumph. Could have played a Triumph here to copy it,
Also a
and
Triumph,
then he,
correct?
yeah, and then put possibly honored stewarded that his Pheno's Terra Glider, and then maybe snitched it, or maybe just
Yeah.
yeah. Interesting. We don't know because we've just come in. But what have we come into here, Quinto? We sort of
Yeah.
came in. We're like, wow, there's some serious damage being dealt here.
Yeah, from the looks of it, I think Demon is in a great spot. He has Demog next turn. If Fino
Yep.
goes full on with this formidable presence and Demoni decides to go with the Demog, I think he doesn't need to.
No.
However, I'm not sure. Like now, even more without that Violent Sports Fino, how is he gonna go through this board? Is he just gonna
Yeah.
go and attack face? No, it doesn't. It's gonna go for that Honor Steward.
There you
Gets
go.
back
Look, he
his
did.
Teramek. Yeah,
Yeah.
it
Nice.
was
So that's
probably a
yeah.
triumph of the loss, as you said. So, Mr. Scout. So yeah,
Well,
looking.
it was actually the honored steward, wasn't it? So he honored stewarded and then triumphed, yeah, to get a copy, yeah. So wow, I mean, initially I was thinking, how is he going to be able to deal with the Terramech? He still has a problem with the Terramech, right? Because
Yeah,
it's potentially gonna kill him. But I guess the thing with Fino and with Earthen is that they have a lot of defenders that you can keep populating on the board, so he can prolong this and just try
yeah,
and figure out how can I get rid of that Terramech. But I don't think that Fino's running Master Poisoners, so he's gonna have to just try and chip away. I think at the 10-9 and Terramech, and just hope that he can keep putting defenders in the way just to keep himself alive. Difficult
yeah,
position for him though, right?
yeah. I think this is a very bold play by D Money because of what we're seeing here in Fino's hand. He is in a position where he's gonna be Fino is gonna in a position where he's gonna be able to do a ton of damage to the face to D Money, forcing him possibly to play that Demok next turn.
Mm-hmm.
I see already 18 damage from Fino next turn.
Yep.
So what is gonna happen here? Fino definitely needs to play that formidable presence because if not, D Money is just gonna go face and it's over. The thing is that D Money has the Demok. So after that
Yep.
play, we probably will see an emergency Demok by D Money.
Yeah.
Like nothing else
Yeah.
he will be able to do here.
Do you think that's why he also got the New Dawn going now, so that he's already planning ahead for that possibility, and so then he knows it can just start to bring that stuff out immediately after the demo?
Yeah. Yeah, correctly.
It's
Well,
so
let's see.
interesting, isn't it, Quinto? Seeing like two Terramechs on the board. It's always exciting when you see one, but when you see two, you're like, okay, this is interesting because it's it's like who can almost kill the other one quickest with the Terramech. And as you say, I mean, Fino is looking like he's actually going to play the Terraglider first, and then maybe follow it up with the Formidable. If he Terraglides here and uh, he gets a Terra, that could be
Well,
interesting.
that could be definitely interesting. Is that lethal? It's
That
18.
might be.
Well, no, it's actually not. He's just gonna go ahead and hold the line to the Teramech. And that
Okay.
way,
Yeah,
he
smart.
doesn't have to play the formidable presence. He still can force a Demok and then land it up with that formidable presence for extra damage to Demoni's face. I don't think Fino is gonna go and clear the board here. I see no reason to do that at this point.
Mm.
This is the
Oh,
oof. D Money
Honor
with the
Steward.
honor steward. This is gonna hurt.
Oh, there.
And
And
gets
he does
Terra.
get the
Fino.
terror.
Yeah.
Wow. Here we
Wild.
go. As we talked
Yeah, but
about, he
this
gets the terror. Oh, he's got to go formidable presence here, surely, with the terror, no? Just to really put D
but
Money
he doesn't
on the
have the
edge.
energy. He doesn't have the energy to go with
Oh,
the
he doesn't.
formidable
You're right.
presence.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't. Oh, I was getting too excited there. He doesn't have it. No, he's only got two. So that's a little bit of a shame, but
Yeah,
he's
he still
buffed
has
the rest of
18
the units.
damage.
Yeah.
But the issue here is that this honor steward is gonna do the job
Yeah.
by itself.
Yeah. And this is
Wait.
gonna be,
He gets another proc and he gets it. He
oh
actually
my
gets the
god.
lethal.
Wow.
Wow, with
Wow.
the yeah, we didn't see that one. D Money had a relic there, and with relic repurposing, Fido managed to trigger another
Wow.
Terra Flourish to get the necessary damage to deal lethal. Wow,
That's incredible.
really nice turn here, set of turns that we're gonna see. Shogo with the Terra Gliders also, and Lambi dropping one next turn, most likely.
Yep. Really good. I think the heal for Lambie, getting the Altar of Gaia down early. Look at all this counters that he's able to get now from the spores. I think that's such a good strategy because even if they have like big units on the board and you can take some damage, the heal's always gonna bring you back up again. So I love that he done that, and he's just drawn, of course, the monster unit, the big behemoth for Earthen now, the Terra Mech.
The
Shield
absolute unit,
Titan.
the Terra Mech.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
absolute
One of
unit.
your favorite units, isn't it? I remember on the podcast,
Yeah.
Quinta, you were saying that this is just a monster. You know, have we seen
It's
anything like it? Probably not. I love it.
no. Never. This is just insane card. It's like the team basically said like you're gonna stop complaining right now about our game, and we're just
Yeah,
gonna about our Earth and being weak, and we're just gonna
yeah,
give you what you want.
yeah.
And
They're
then
like, you
boom,
think Earthen's
they
weak?
get it.
Yeah, you think you
Six
think Earthen's
cost.
weak? Oh,
And let me gets it.
wow.
And he's like, yes.
Oh no. Look at Shogo's face. He knows that he's probably going to have to deal with two now. He doesn't know that, of course, Lambie's got another one in his hand, but that is what you want to pull when you play the Terra Glider at this point. Get a 6-10-10 Terra Mech, throw that down, basically getting it for free. That's
Yep.
huge. That is massive. And it's really
Massive.
game on now for
Absolutely
Lambie.
massive. And he can deal with his caretaker because of the
Yeah,
altar.
yeah.
Really nice. Really nice. Defense there. It's Primea Conduit, not letting him die. And yeah, bank. Trying to bank the Terra Mech. He didn't. Like, he could have dealt with this caretaker. What happened there?
Well, he didn't want to hit the Primary Conduit into it. No, the Primary Conduit couldn't have, right? Um,
No,
so
he could
and he
have
just played the caretaker.
flourished the Terramech and killed
That's true.
the
Yeah, you're
caretaker.
absolutely right. Yeah, you're right. He could have triggered the
Because
flourish on the Teramic. Yeah.
now we're probably gonna see a tough the tough spot or just a annoying spot if Shogo pulls a Terramech by himself with the Terraglider.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
So we're gonna
I mean, it's also
we're gonna back to those um, basically double Terramech mirror match and Lambi also with a second one. Uh,
mm,
we saw that in the last mayor,
mm-hmm.
and yeah,
And also as well, oh, he's going for paid off. I guess he's trying to look for it. He's probably trying to look for the Terror Mech, and he's. I think he's. What's he going to play? He's done the
kickback
kickback.
accepted.
What?
What?
So he's doing a kickback here to play what?
Yeah,
Maybe the Terror.
I
I
don't
still
know.
think paying the kickback is brave. No.
Yeah,
For the
Terra.
Terror. Okay. Which. Oh, okay.
No, this is not it. Definitely,
No, that's not. I
he's
mean,
gonna buff
interesting
the
play.
board. He's gonna buff his whole board. I assume, but yeah, destroy the altar.
Trigger the flourish again on Terra, which is quite
But
nice
can't
actually.
he bank and play Moonlit first? I think Shogo is not doing the calculation. Wait,
He
he's
doesn't.
getting
He
another
doesn't have
one.
enough energy.
Yeah, he's
Wow,
just
he got
getting.
okay.
Ooh,
Got a Soleo, which is nice,
yeah, bank.
really nice. No,
What
he
is he
has
banking
banked, right?
here?
I think he's already banked already, right? Hasn't he? I'm sure he's already banked, or has he
Did
not?
he? No, this
Yeah, he
is.
already banked.
Oof.
That was an interesting turn. I mean, there was a couple
Yeah.
of different ways that Shogo could have done it. He could have played, for example, the Terra Glider, right? To see if he could have got his
Yeah.
own Terra Mech and then use the relic repurposing to then basically remove the Altar of Gaia and then trigger the flourish on the Terra Mech. But he'd done it the
Yeah.
other way. He
Yeah.
went for the paid off, and now Lambie has
You
an
saw,
insane amount of energy.
yeah. I mean, you saw there Lambi tucking in his jacket. He's like, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, it's
I
business
mean, he has
time.
a no snitch in steel in hand. Why not go face? I mean, I
I
guess
think
he
he's
just
worried.
wants to clear the board
Yeah,
and set it up.
yeah, I think he's also a little bit worried about the terror, right? That if you leave the terror on and he keeps triggering the flourish, that could get out of hand. Look at this. This is going to be brutal for Shogo. Look, double terror mech, double terror mech. If one wasn't bad enough, here's a second one, just to really upset your day.
Dude,
And he's going to
yeah,
trigger
give it
the flourish,
defender,
surely. Yeah.
and now he can
Here we go. Double
double
flourish.
flourish to clear the
Yeah.
board and cement
Oh.
his establish dominance here with,
Wow.
with a
This
double
is
Terramech
insane. Yeah, this is insane.
on
Guys,
an empty
how many
board.
times you see this? You know, this is
Yeah,
incredible. Double terror. Clip this moment right now because this is fantastic to see. And
yeah,
what a great set of decision making so far from Lambie. You can see Shogo just looks a little bit defeated here. He knows that how can I turn this around now? It almost his only option is to just try and get his own. But even if he does, he can't put a defender on it, can he, necessarily quickly enough? And he's going to be facing 20 damage to the face on the next turn.
plays a take it or leave it. And he's possibly okay. He has the allocated
He's going
provisions.
for it.
He can get 2 Terramex also,
Yeah, he could do it.
but it's gonna be weird because yeah, he doesn't. He gets the Shaymac
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
weird because he won't be able to give them defender, uh, and
No.
that's gonna be a shame because Lambi can just go ahead and double, like attack 2 times with this Terra mech
Yeah.
and
20
put
damage
Shogo
to the face. Yeah, it's a
in a
lot, man.
checkmate
In
position.
one turn, yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? You take 20 damage from 2 Terramex and you think, okay, I'm still in it, but how the hell do I remove 2? You know, when they only take 1 damage. So I think this is just we're gonna just see a formality here. Unless I want to be wrong. I want, you know, Shogo to somehow turn this around and swing it. But 2 terrors. I mean, honestly, Quinto, 1 is bad enough, right? But 2, how can you
No,
remove
no, no.
2?
This is two is just insanity. Here, Shogo trying to do the Hail Mary to
Yeah.
get a second, well, a first Terra mech to rival Lambi's board.
Here we go. Does he get it the second time? Here we go. What's he gonna get? He doesn't get it. He tried twice. He doesn't get it. This is a defender, so this will, you know, kind of take up and absorb some of the damage though. So he's not going to necessarily take 20 damage to the face here. Unfortunately, this is actually quite a cool defender because it can heal. Um, but it's going to die in this situation because it's just going to take 10 damage. But very cool unit.
Yeah.
Just a shame it wasn't really what he was looking for, was it?
Yep. And these Terra mechs are gonna be able to do damage and also deal with Shogo's board
Yeah.
because of
I just had
the
to.
Gaia's
Yeah,
altar of Gaia's.
that's right. Also of Gaia. I just wanted also to get the name up for the 666, which is the Terror Strider Assault Walker. Bit of a mouthful, but yeah, that's the name of it. If anyone was wondering, really cool
Yeah.
unit. It can fully heal um, once per turn, and it's got a activate ability based on a charge. So it helps Shogo here a little bit because it can absorb some of the damage, but yeah, Shogo still has to, as you say, he needs a Hail Mary, doesn't he, to try and
Yeah.
turn this
But
around now.
right now, I don't think what that Hail Mary it's gonna be.
No. Does get formidable though. Can prolong.
Formidable doesn't do anything really.
No, it basically like stops him from dying sooner, doesn't it? So it prolongs the game a little bit for him. It can always play it as a defensive, but you still don't have a way to deal with these you know, these terrors with the Altar of Gaia, which can just keep triggering the flourish, keeps clearing the board. That's the other thing about this unit, right? Is that not only is it a 6 cost, which is shielded and has 10/10 and only takes 1 damage, but it can effectively clear units every
Yeah.
turn out of its turn, you know, just from the flourish. It's just so powerful.
Yep.
Look at this here.
And
It's getting heals. It's just absolutely incredible.
the fact that
It's,
Lambi is running the altars of Gaia in this situation just makes it even more advantageous for him.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, he doesn't have any cards in his hand really, apart from a no snitching. But my God, he's got a board here that can win him the game, and he's just drawn Saleya as well, which is almost the icing on the cake, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Shogo used the allocated provisions to conceal a lot. He does get his own Terramech now. He gets it. Might be a little bit too late though.
It's on.
He's
It's
yeah,
on now with the Terramech. He can moonlit the Terramech
yeah.
and just kill the caretaker, and then down like from there on, it's gonna be an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah.
Is he going for Wong here? Shogo
Oh,
going for
wow.
Wong, searching for an answer, probably a no snitching, maybe. I mean, if Shogo gets another no snitching, he will be in a position where actually he can deal with one of the Terramex and leave his own on a good spot. Lambi still doesn't have lethal unless he draws a Formidable Presence. So Shogo basically has one more turn to live.
Hmm. Are you surprised that he played the Wong there?
A bit. I guess like he knows he's on a 2-turn clock basically, and
Yeah.
um, searching for more answers. Like for example, another no snitching. It's something. It's something that he can play the no snitchings, deal with one of the Terramex, drop the Moonlit, trigger the flourish of his own Terramech, deal with Lambi's Terramech. But I mean, it's a stretch either way.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's quite nice actually, that play where you got the Moonlit down. The Moonlit as a defender will absorb some of the damage here. Although, Lambi's got a snitching, which is fantastic here for him. So the defender won't be able to be passed. You're right. He's on a 2-turn clock here. He's going to take a lot of damage this turn. Then he needs to survive just to get to the next turn, because he just needs to get the defender on the Terramech, doesn't he? That's what he really needs to do, and then figure out a way to come back. Wow. So we're going to get all these conceals again, which is going to give more caches in the deck for Lambi. Lambi loves this allocate provisions, doesn't he? I think it's one of his favorite cards. He's very famously uh, you found a way to kind of get infinite caches, which didn't last too long, thankfully, but it went down in parallel law. So yeah, he's just trying to get more caches here. He's in a good position. He could do with maybe just getting some caches come in, maybe buff some more units, give some damage directly, and then keep drawing out of his deck.
Are we on a cache stock?
Are we on one?
Yeah, seems so.
I love the way you say
This-
cache as well. Did you do you know the what's it called? I think it's the Insidious Smuggler. Also, her sound effect is cache on the move. I love it. It's
Oh,
really
really?
interesting pronunciation. Yeah,
Nice.
really interesting pronunciation. So here we go. He's going to get rid of he's not going to use the snitching. He's just going to use the Proet Caretaker to
Yeah.
get rid of it. The defender passes to the Wong. And then he's going to take
Finally
10 damage to the face here.
managed to deal 10 damage for the first time.
Yeah.
Lambi, after setting up those 2 Terramex for a while. He's Lambi holding on to the no snitching. He really wants to hold on to it because he knows that's basically his only answer to a defender Terramech from Shogo. So he's waiting to draw the second one so he can finally rest this game in peace. And we see here Shogo with the second no snitching. This is what I was telling you. If Shogo had the Moonlit in his hand, he would have been able to deal with one of Lambi's Terramex. Now he can't do it
Yeah.
because he
Yeah,
won't be able to
I agree.
trigger the flourish in the Terramech.
No, you're absolutely right. Are you surprised that he played the Moonlit with Wong rather than holding it back to kind of play it alongside, say, the Terramech? Are you surprised by that?
No, not really, because of the fact, oof, and Lambi gets it the second no snitching. He knew he had to save it for this moment, and he celebrates it. He's like, yes, I got it. Let's go. There it
Wow.
is.
Lambie turning it
Lambi with a
around from 2
reverse
0.
sweep.
Yeah,
Wow.
incredible. And you saw, did you see him celebrating at the end? It meant
Yeah.
so much. It was almost personal, right? Because of the history that
Yeah.
these guys have been building. Wow.
Dude, like it's amazing, man.
Insane.
Amazing to see like a kind of we were talking about it. Like, we started to go in with the 2-0, and then Lambi comes back from that 2-0, getting into a reverse sweep 3-2 against Shogo. And that was when also Shogo was able to turn on the lights. Right? So
Yeah.
that was momentous, man. Like I like it. I love it. I like what's happening here. And we're just on round one, guys. Round one, man. What?
Incredible.
Okay,
I, c-
dude.
I can't believe,
Yeah.
Excelsior, I have to say, I can't believe you didn't use that opportunity there to say that a light switched on in Shogo's head. I can't believe you didn't kind of put like a bit of a joke there. We're used to your jokes there. I thought it was gonna be like a light switched, you know.
No, no. I'm sorry, man. I missed that mark. But you know, I'm I know who's happy right now because he was able to see two absolute units. Kinto,
Yeah.
has your dream been fulfilled now? With the
Well,
two absolute units.
we basically see this situation in every Earth and Mirror match. So I
Mhm.
was actually not surprised about
Yeah.
it. But once again, we saw it. We saw the pain of having to face
Mm-hmm.
two of these in the board. Really
Mm-hmm.
well played by Lambi. Had the altar of Gaia there to trigger those flourishes, deal effectively with Shogo's board, and that gave him a huge advantage to finally just get a no snitching and deal the final lethal damage to the face, making Shogo concede.
And we are back here at the Parallel League Championship knockout stage. And of course, we are back here with our casters, a free tip scout, and Kinto. And guys, we're happy that you're here staying with us and being supportive, being patient. Twitch just, is twitching. It's like doing some Twitch things that we are not in control of, and we are on top of it. And I hope we're going to be having a smoother run moving forward. But yeah, of course, that has just been round one. Free tip and Kento, you guys have been streaming. I know you guys seen this happen. Like it happens time and again. But yeah, uh, this is I have asked me why it is happening. Ask me now why.
Oh, well, why is it happening?
Dude, I know why it's happening. It's because of all the action that has been happening in this
Yes,
tournament. Yes, it is just too much for Twitch to handle right now. Too much. They said,
exactly.
like, guys, we're gonna banish you for a moment because you're just breaking our servers, and all of the viewers that you're having is just like, just too much action, too much engagement from this knockout stage, and
Yeah.
we just have to
The,
like slow it down quite a bit.
the,
Yeah.
the the games are too hot. The games are too hot. The
Mhm.
games are too cool. They're too
Mhm.
Yeah.
amazing that like Twitch is just fainting. It's just it can't handle it. It's
Yeah.
just you know.
I mean, the
Yeah.
games have
I,
been
yeah.
amazing, actually. To be
Mhm.
honest,
Yeah.
the Thighs game,
Mhm.
the game from Fino, how he managed to just get that lethal going from
Yeah.
behind against Nudon.
Mhm.
Now, after that, we saw Lambi just do a full reverse sweep
Mhm.
from a position where he like when things started in the stream were
Yeah.
pretty dire for Lambi, and he managed to win that game and then win the next two in ending up in a really difficult Earth and Mirror match,
Yeah.
and it has been amazing. It's been a wild ride since the
Yeah.
start of this stream.
I
Dude,
don't think
I'd
you would
like
ever
yeah.
bet against Lambie being
Mhm.
2-0 down, would you? Because it's like
Yeah.
that's just a Lambie situation where he's 2-0 down, but it's fine. Lambie will turn it around because that's what Lambie does, right? And he done it.
Yeah.
He done it in such good style as well. And I like what Quinto said there about
Mhm.
kind of the Feno game
Mhm.
because that was incredible. We came in, we were like, wow, this looks
Mhm.
really bad for Feno, and then all of a sudden he's won the game in spectacular fashion. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it's been amazing so far. And yeah, despite all the technical problems, the game the games that we've been seeing have been incredible. So hopefully that's what the viewers have been enjoying rather than the technical difficulties. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely incredible. If you're like in the chat right now, and we are also watching, like as casters, like we're watching the chat, like we see the excitement, man, and
Yeah.
we definitely want to deliver what is happening on the ground zero of the stage as well. And I was thinking a while ago, man, all of these matches, even getting into a Nehemiah mirror down the line, like uh I saw also Lambi get into a 0-2. I was not even writing him off, man. Like okay, Lambi can do this. If anyone can, Lambi can, right? And
Yeah.
and there was at some moment at some moment, I'm gonna say it now, free tip. It was lights on for Shogo, but it was lights out for him. Lights on and then lights
Nice.
out. So
Nice. Yeah.
yeah,
Perfect.
it didn't help, man. It didn't help. It didn't help. So,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe it's still not out. He's still not out. He has
No.
6 more matches, to like make up for it. But again, each win is gonna be 3 points on the board. So a bit later, we're gonna be seeing the updates. But for now, guys, for this upcoming match that we're gonna be seeing, it's gonna be amazing because it is gonna be coming from two hard hitters that we have here: the Mustachio Luigi, or I'm gonna call him Parallel Luigi, Manos
Parallel.
versus versus Sequinox, and we've seen them time and again. Between the like Manos, two-time champion, like majors, and of course the IRL tournament that he had in Paris. And was it in Paris or was it
Yeah,
in
Paris.
yeah
Yeah.
Paris, yeah.
Paris. Yeah.
And Psychonox has been consistent as well. Also won one tournament. And what do you think? What any thoughts about these two for their matchup? Let's start with Kinto.
Yeah, I mean, these are, as you said, two heavy hitters in the parallel ecosystem. We have seen them won tournaments. We have seen them at the top of the ladder. Definitely excited to see these matches, and this is the beauty of the knockouts. Like you get to
Hmm.
see some amazing matchups. Like you get to see the best of the best against each other. So really excited to watch and and enjoy what's gonna happen here and who is gonna go forward to the top 16 in the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean this is like for the two players here. You've seen like a lot of experience. What do you think would be the edge between these two? Like any thoughts? Considering that now, of course, I'm seeing both have banned their sippy. Free tip. Like any thoughts like as to what edge maybe going moving forward with your first match? Like, do you think there's like what is the mindset of these players going into their first match, right? Like what deck should they pick or what deck should they be watching out for?
Oh, here we go. So they're both going for Brand here, which I
Wow.
think is really interesting. Yeah, Brand since the no snitching got nerfed, and now
Mhm.
Brand can't be snitched. He's become basically a paragon to really look at in Shroud, and I was kind of hoping that we would see this in tournament
Mhm.
where Brand starts to come a bit more and starts to show up. So this is great. I'm really excited for this. This reminds me of like a heavyweight boxing match where you
Yeah.
see two big heavyweight names. You're like, okay, they're going to trade blows. Who's going to get knocked out? Who's going to emerge victorious? And what a great way to start with a mirror match of Brand versus Brand. So this is really going to come down to who can kind of stifle the opponent, frustrate them, but
Yeah.
also don't be surprised if this goes distance because we know that they have demos, it's Shroud, and in mirror matches, especially this one, they can definitely go to fatigue. So here we go.
Yeah. Definitely gonna be a hard hitting match. It's gonna be brand on brand. And this match is gonna be amazing between Sequinox and Manos. You guys, free tip and Kinto, take it away.
Yeah, we see here that Sekinox doesn't have a starting play going first. He has that trusty belt usually used for brands, but does have a brand's expertise in hand to get it going next turn.
Yeah.
On the other
I
hand,
must say
Manos
as
just
well.
top decked an
Yeah.
embedded agent.
Yeah, it's a really nice top deck embedded agent there. I must say as well, before it gets banked, if it gets banked, but that perfect loop
Yeah,
salvation is
the
so
prime variant.
amazing. That's such a flex, man. Honestly, it's a
Yeah.
great card in itself, but then to kind of have the perfect loop is amazing. So good hand here for Manos. Um, okay hand for Sequinox. He's going to draw more. This brand's expertise is actually a fantastic card to play on too if you're not quite happy with your opening hand. And so he just decides, look, there's no real pressure at the moment. Let's just try and draw. He gets a shard, which is quite nice. And he gets a couple of other things as well. He gets the erasure as well. Really decent draw there.
Yeah. Let's see what do we what is Manos gonna go ahead with. Sekinus went with the brand's expertise,
Hmm.
expanding his hand. Is he gonna burn a card next turn? Yes, it seems so. No, no, no. He still
Yeah,
has one.
he's going to go for the. Yeah, I wonder if he's going to go for the scheming
It's gonna
here
be okay.
early, or if he's going to just
Early
play for the
scheming.
the rummaging researcher. Yeah, that's okay. That's good. I like that. That's okay. Get another unit down. Try and see if you can get some more decent cards, like a decent one here. You could have schemed him, of course, but I think it's okay to just draw. Keep the pressure on the board, isn't it? Rather than lose a bit of tempo.
Yeah. Yeah, sort of the same situation here for Sekinox. However, that embedded agent definitely makes
Hmm.
things a bit complicated for him. However, dealing individually with that rummaging researcher, for example, it's gonna be okay. Setting up a stabilized shard for getting some ramp is also a nice idea.
Yeah.
However, he does have to deal with this embedded agent in some way or another
Yeah.
before
You know what I
trying to
was
set up a
thinking?
board.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking? You're spot on there, Quinto, because I was thinking he's got so many cards in his hand, but the one card that he really needs here is the Siphon. If he had the Siphon, he plays the Siphon for free, and he can still play units. He could have even played the Singularity Steward and buffed it. He needs the Siphon really, because as you say, with that embedded agent, it's a problem, and you almost don't want to waste an erasure on an
Look at
embedded
this.
agent. It's one cost 1/1, so
Yeah. Manos, on the other hand, is just setting up a board, probably just going with that Void Trapper, uh, which is this is a weakness there for
yeah.
Sekinox against Sekinox, because if Manos just starts
Oh,
setting up a board here, it's gonna be really difficult for Sekinox to do something about it. Might put Manos in a nice spot where he just ends up getting enough things to do more damage than Sekinox and finally get that last beat of damage to get lethal.
yeah. I thought that Manos might have just gone for an extra unit on the board there because the trap is really good. But I also get it. He drew. He's got, the Baron on the board. He's got good units on the board, actually, right now. He's in a good position. Sequinox really needs to try and find a way on the board, and he has drawn that Siphon now, so he
Yeah.
can deal with the 1/1 embedded agent. This is exactly what he needed. Can play it for free. He then needs to work out, what do I remove next? I feel like he can't leave the Baron on. You need to deal with that Baron, because that is going to cause you more problems. Technically, the Baron could cause Manos problems too, but it's so powerful. You need to deal with it.
Funny that Manos did the kickback there with Brand's expertise, making Sekinox mill one of his cards.
Yeah,
We didn't
that's actually
catch
quite.
which one was
Yeah.
the one he wasted, but could have been a good play if he had catch an Adira or something like that.
Mm, yeah, absolutely. You're spot on there. It's a really good strategy with the brand's
Unseen
expertise,
Allies
especially when
was the
you're.
card,
Yeah. Was it really? Okay,
which is really nice.
that's
It's a
powerful.
nice meal there, a happy meal.
Yeah.
Let's a happy
Happy
meal.
meal. Happy meal.
Yeah,
Really good. Yeah, so he uses the Siphon, gets rid of the embedded agent, which is good. Um, is he going to deal with the Baron now? I think he needs to. So the erasure is probably going to be used on the Baron, and that's perfect. That's great. He's back in the game. You know, he needed that. He needed that cipher, and it changed everything. He draws an unseen allies, which is probably a little bit unfortunate because you probably don't want that now. It's much better kind of later on. If he already milled one, then I wonder if this is the last one in the deck because it's rare
Yeah,
that you run 3, right? Usually you run 2. So
correct.
could be a little bit interesting what he does
I
here
mean,
with that.
Unseen Allies is a key card in Brand decks because Brand doesn't
Mm.
have a way to bring back things to the board, and definitely Unseen Allies. And on top of that, since Brand buffs every time you banish, your units in the Singularity get a +1/+0. So bringing back units from the Singularity as Brand is really great.
Yeah. I mean, the units in the Singularity get buffed when you destroy units rather than banishing. So you
Okay,
actually have to destroy them. But yeah, you're right. It's super powerful to use the Unseen Allies once you've got units in there that have kind of got, buffed from all the units you're destroying. So kind of having it now is probably not ideal because you want it later on when there's more in the Singularity and then they've got like big buffs on their stats.
correct, correct. You're a take it or leave it. It's not what you want to see if you're Sekinox, because basically every card in his hand has some value right now. Well,
Mm,
he gets the brand's expertise, so he's safe there, which was the last unit that last effect that Manos played. Oh, makes the same play to
yeah.
make Manos mill a card next turn, gets the
Yep.
Honor Steward, probably using it against Manos Honor Steward to get back his Singularity Steward.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the play. Yeah, and it is. You're right.
And on
That's
top
the
of
way to
that,
do
gets
it.
that now he can use that take it or leave it to drop that embedded agent and make it even like put Manos in the same position as he was before. Well, he can still
Hmm.
bank and just play the embedded agent.
Yeah, perfect. Absolutely spot on. He's done really well here. A slow start, didn't he, Sequinox? But he's done well to get into this game now and turn it around. So,
No.
yeah, really
Manos
good.
milled a Singularity Steward here. Now he's in a position where Seconds managed to flip the board.
Hmm. Manos has too many cards in his hand. He needs to start playing,
Yeah.
yeah, some stuff. Otherwise, he's going to keep milling. That's pretty good. Let's get the Adira. We need a big Adira here. Going
Yep.
to use it on the embedded
See.
agent.
Ooh, and
There's
a
a Wong.
Wong.
There's a treacherous
Yeah.
scheming. That's not bad. Yeah, that's okay. Definitely
Yeah,
didn't
he
need the
can't.
Wong because, he didn't need any more units in or cards in his hand.
Yep.
Oh,
Ooh,
yeah.
taking away
Take
the
the Unseen
unseen
Allies.
allies. The second
Yeah,
one,
nice. Nice.
leaving him without that option. It's really key in this situation because once Manus plays a Demok, for example, he will be in a very advantageous position since he will be the one with the unseen allies and bringing back stuff from his singularity, making it really powerful end game turns. Now
Mm,
Sekinox doesn't have a Wong, gets the salvation here from Manos by the Void Trapper. Really interesting mirror match here.
yeah,
Brand mirror match.
yeah. I like this. I was going to say, I like the prospect here of a potential double rummaging researcher, just to get double, big units on the board and then refill your hand with some good cards to kind of get like the double draw. Doesn't do it. Doesn't take the option. Just wants one card there. Does he play the second rummaging researcher here?
I think he's in a position where basically he needs to start dealing damage
Okay, erasure.
to Manos, Erasure the Rummaging,
That's
places
nice. Buff
Manos
the
in a
Stewie.
difficult spot.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. This is really decent. And
Yeah.
get the Void Trapper down. That's a great turn. I think that's wonderful from Sequinox. I really do.
Yeah.
Brilliant turn.
This and gets a
Oh, he
third
has
unseen
three.
allies.
He has
Wow.
three. Wow. Okay. Nice, man. I mean,
He,
I wasn't expecting that.
yep. This is a difficult spot for Manos. He's still a bit far away from the Demok. He doesn't even have it in hand.
No.
And we see that Sekinox already has over 14 damage in the board
Yeah.
already.
I mean, this is really tough because when you see a board like this and you're playing, say, as Brand and you don't have your own board, there's no Dominions to bail you out. As you say, there's a Demo which can bail you out, but you're too far away from it. He's 2 turns away. He's dead in 2 turns if he doesn't try and deal with this here. So this is really tough for Manos now. He had a great
Yep.
start, but Sequinox, credit to him, he's really turned it around.
Goes ahead and
This is
plays
going to
a
be good, though.
salvation.
Gets the Honored Steward, and probably what, like a Void Trapper or the Singularity Steward?
Singularity.
Probably, yeah. We go through the
The
Rummaging
rummaging.
Researcher. Okay.
Yep.
One of the
Well,
difficulties here, though, is that when you do this and your opponent has like 2 Void Trappers on the board, this is quite problematic because the Void Trappers are just going to constantly keep tagging stuff and get almost replicating your board. So it's
yeah.
going to be a little bit tricky. That's
Yeah,
good
funny
though. Get
because
rid of one.
Manus is trying to prevent Sekinox from doing the same play, but against his luck, Sekinox already has a salvation in his hand.
Yeah.
Corrupted, but he has it.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting turn here for Sekinox. What would he do? Would he go face or try to effectively clear this board? He does have a Ramayan researcher there to search for a bit of stuff. Because he has two, he would have two of them, possibly getting an erasure or another honor steward in this situation. It's
Do
interesting
you know what?
to see what he's
Yeah.
gonna
Do you
do.
know? I was going to say, do you know what would be like a really dirty move here? Is that you tag the salvation with the Void Trapper, you then play a salvation, and then you can play the other corrupted salvation for free. So you can basically play 2 salvations. That could be pretty filthy. Opting not to do it.
Just
He's going to
banking
bank
it.
one. Okay.
Gonna play something from the singularity, apparently. An honor steward right away. He's just trying to deal effectively with Mano's board in order to maximize his damage this turn. He still has that Void Trapper to get some stuff, recover his own, can drop the Corrupted Vision. He doesn't. Void Trapper in his board doesn't get anything. Uses the Singular Steward to clear salvation, and now Manus is in a position where he can't play Demok and essentially doesn't have an out here. This is over for Manus, am I right?
Yeah, this is over.
How will he deal with this?
Yeah. Unless he gets a demo. Even if he gets a demo,
It's gonna be an erasure and Honor Steward that will leave Sekinox with only 10 damage here. So
Manos
he can
needs a
survive
demo.
actually.
Yeah,
Manos
is going to need a
desperately
demo.
needs a demo.
Yeah, he needs it the next turn. Oh my god!
Oof, and he
Wow!
top second.
Seriously! Here we go! There we go! Manos with the huge top deck there. The massive top deck. Oh my word! Right, so there's what? There's 8 damage on the board. He can survive just, and then he can demo it, but he needs to, on the next turn, make sure he does it properly, as in, I don't think there's a unit connected to the Honor Steward anymore, is there? There might be, actually. If there is, he needs to make sure that he hits into the Honor Steward first, then demos, he knows that. But the demo, wow, it's still going to put him in a bad position, low on health, but the demo can bail him out here, give him some breathing room.
Yeah. Yeah, the good thing for Manos is that if Sekinox decides to attack face, then Manos can just attack with this. Well, he would have to actually clear Sekinox Honor Steward and his own.
Yeah, yeah, he would. He'd need to trade into it to make sure that the connected banished unit comes back on the board, and then you banish it, right? So yeah, we're gonna see a demo the next turn. It has to be. This is a huge board. Yeah, he needs to clear it. And the great thing here is that if he does do that, look at what Manos has got in his hand. The unseen
I think
allies could be huge.
Sekinox can actually, yeah, he's just gonna go face.
Yeah, I think he
Uh,
knows it's coming. He knows the demo's coming. So you just got to get as much damage in as you can. He is
yeah.
committing an embedded agent though, which I find a bit strange, especially because you have to assume that your opponent's going to demo you here. He doesn't need an extra unit on the board either.
No, but he doesn't have an option. He will mill the card if he doesn't play something at this point.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Good point. Yeah.
So we're gonna see here. I think Manos is already too low in health to actually start uh, doing something. I would say, like, and on top of that, he needs to sacrifice his own honor stewards, because if he doesn't, he will just give Sekinox an out here.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking as well. He's seeing, okay, what's connected? Yeah. Like what's linked, and he's seen it. So he now needs to trade in to bring them back for Sequinox.
He will want to at
Is that one
least
connected? There we
leave
go.
that
That one
honor
is honest
steward.
steward.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to trade that. Comes back now, doesn't it? There we go. And then this one is okay. This one's fine. Get the damage in and then demo. And there you go. You wipe the board. You're on 3 health, but you've got the unseen allies. You've got some ways to start recovering on the next turn.
Yeah.
The real thing here, the
Ooh,
slightly
and he gets the Adira.
yeah, wow. Oh
The
dear.
Adira is. I mean, if he uses it, well, no, he can't actually do that. What I was gonna say. So let's see what this Adira brings.
Oh, the scheme's good though.
Treacherous.
Yeah, the scheme's really good.
What is he gonna steal here from Manos? Definitely, the scheme is really good for sure.
Yeah. I was going to say, take the scheme. Oh, he takes the unseen allies, though. Okay, fair enough. He has another scheme in his hand, though, right? So that's probably what he's thinking. I can scheme the scheme if I need to.
Scheme the scheme.
Yeah.
He wants. I think Sekinox definitely wants to drop a board here, so he can actually get that last bit of damage. I don't know if he's running a slinger in this deck, but definitely he needs to drop some units here. He can actually drop that honor steward and the void trapper with take it or leave it.
Yeah, I think that's game over if he does that. Because at the moment, Manos doesn't have enough ways to deal with it.
If Manos draws another Demok here, then
yeah, it's game on still. Does he get it? Does he top deck another one? No, he doesn't.
No,
he does get the he gets the Wong, but it's not.
So
it's
that's
not going to be enough here. Yeah.
There's no out of this one. Not even with Life Siphon. He only has that erasure there.
Ah, look, he wanted to see where the other 2 demos were, and they're right next to each other. Yeah. Frustrating. Super frustrating for him. So what a game. Honestly, what a game. What a turnaround from Sequinox there. We see a good mirror match, and honestly, Sequinox didn't really go for like the first 2 turns or something. And then third turn he started getting going. He just turned that board around so well, didn't he? Unfortunate for Manos, but well played to Sequinox. Incredible win.
Yeah, incredible win, dudes. Like that match was definitely on brand between our champions. But yeah,
are we going to get these jokes at Worlds as well? We're going to get these jokes at Worlds,
dude,
aren't we? Yeah.
I'm gonna be writing them down. I have an 18-hour flight to go there, so there's gonna be much more of these coming out. So yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You got plenty of time to come up with some more, right? On that
Yep.
flight.
My man
Yeah.
is gonna
Okay.
write a book.
Yeah, plenty
Yeah.
of time, man. It's
Jokes,
all gonna
parallel
be
jokes.
parallel jokes related. But yeah, I mean, this is the first time in a long while we've seen Brand being played here. But how like, dude, I know Free Tip is a Shroud Maxi, somewhat, right? Like maybe
Oh, of
80%
course.
Shroud Maxi.
Nah.
But yeah, why is it
110. 110.
110? Why do you think it works now? Like you mentioned it a while ago, it's the absence of no snitching targeting paragons, or like it can it be a thing? All right, or like instead of like Neve or New Dawn, how does it work?
Is this a question for me? Yeah. To
Yeah,
answer
that's for
that
you.
one?
That's for you. That's for you.
Yeah, yeah. I think Brand's always been quite good because Brand has that, of course, that ability where you can just one tap stuff. So that's always been quite useful against aggro decks. You can throw Brand on. If they slam into it, they're out of the game. You can slam Brand into them with Trusty Bell and try and clear the board. The problem has always been that since snitching came into the game, he then became less viable because you could snitch Paragons. Since
Hmm.
that's now been changed, Brand is back, basically. You can play Brand. You know that he's not at risk of getting snitched. He can still be erased. So even in a mirror match, if you play him, you've got to almost try and play him when you know that there's been erasures that have already happened. So you've got to count the erasures and just make sure that you play him and then he can stick on the board a bit more. But the
Yeah.
great thing with Brand, and we talked about it, me and Quinto, in that cast there, is that the
Hmm.
unseen allies
Yeah.
combined with Brand means that you can really populate a board quickly. And with
Yeah.
some of the units that will get into that game from every unit that Brand kills, the corrupted visions, you can essentially just create a wide board out of nowhere, and then there you go. You're on your way to kind of getting a really good win. So I like that Brand's being brought to these tournaments. I love that the no snitching doesn't affect him anymore.
Hmm. Yeah.
And hopefully we see more of him, maybe even at Worlds, like it would be
Yeah.
really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely would be cool, man. Like and like to see Brand. He's already a figurine. Like, but
Yeah.
not seeing him on tournaments, like that's gonna be a crime. So yeah, great to
Yeah.
see him back. But Kinto, man, like any thoughts? Like is this more of the turn wherein Unseen Allies was like stolen, or was kind of hoarded by Sequinox over its side? Was that the turning point, or was it more of like just Sequinox just bombarding Manos with like a bunch of units?
I think he definitely got some advantage of playing that on Cena allies
Mm-hmm.
in the turn he did.
Yeah.
He used it to get an honor steward there from his singularity to deal with to get some more tempo
Hmm.
out of the play. He used it next turn before the Demok, knowing that he might just get some value out of it before it. So I do think like, and you saw it, like the Unseen Allies was the card being stolen by the
Yeah.
Treasure Scheming.
Yeah.
They were really prioritizing this card. And Sekinox got the third one. He was running three, he
Yeah.
lost two, and
Hmm.
running and managed to play the third one. Was really lucky in
Hmm.
his place, but he definitely managed to play it at his advantage of dropping boards, going wide against
Hmm.
Brand, who is definitely weak against this sort of setup. So real props there to Sekinox for playing that way.
Yeah. Yeah, and dude, amazing cast between Free Tip and Kinto. But now, of course, we're gonna go for a bracket update as to what happened during this round and the previous rounds. And of course, you can see the first matches. Spot A, we have wins from Very Fat Cat, XC Win, Hylos Diardi, and Ties. And for Pod B, we have Fino, Hogvax, Viper, and Bright Avian getting those wins. Pod C, Perp, Lambi Series, Kinsugi, Penzokin as well. And Pod D, we have Sequinox, Tyler, Jobsad, and Gavin. And with that as well, guys, I would like to take this moment to thank Echelon. Special thank you to Echelon Prime Foundation for sponsoring this weekend's prize pool. This tournament and the league is made possible by Prime Token, the official sponsor of the upcoming Parallel League. And of course, we're going to be having more seasons for Parallel League. And if you want to learn more about the Parallel League, the point structure, and upcoming events by visiting parallelleague.game. So go visit that site already, parallelleague.game, to learn more. And remember, of course, we're going to be having the Parallel League Championship soon with the conclusion of the first season. So, with that, guys, we are going to be taking a short break and we are going to be saying temporarily goodbye to our previous casters, Free Tip Scout and Kinto. And, guys, we're going to be taking that short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in a few for more Parallel Prime Championship knockout stage action. Back here at the Parallel Prime Championship knockout stages, and we have switched over our casters. And we have here Ali and Muka. Hi guys, you've watched the previous matches, and do you have any favorites from the previous matches? We've seen the pods of our different champions. We have seen some like reverse sweeps from the recent ones. Like any thoughts? Let's start with Muka.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the Lambie reverse sweep match was
Mhm.
pretty surreal. Like it's you don't see that often, and to see it happen, like when these guys are competing for a shot to go to Vegas, like that's absolutely crazy. That was a really cool one to see.
Mhm.
Yeah, just like everything about that set was good. Those were two good players going at it, and that was a very. I feel like all the matches that we've gotten to see, given the difficulties and stuff with stream or the game or whatever, have
Yeah.
been stellar. Like the quality of the actual games.
Yeah, definitely. Like that's one for the books. And of course, Ali, do you have like any like favorite matches during the first round?
Yeah, well, I caught that last match, the Brand Mirror, which it's been kind of exciting to see Brand make a comeback. It's been a
Mhm.
while since he's been in the competitive scene, I think. But yeah, Sequinox making the comeback, without having much of a board in the first couple rounds, like it looked
Mhm.
pretty promising for Manos there.
Yeah.
Despite that top deck of the demo, couldn't quite clutch it out. So that was an exciting one to see. And I heard about some double Terramech action. Didn't quite
Yeah.
catch that. And apparently Fino had an amazing match as well. So it sounds like it's been a pretty exciting day so far.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a pretty exciting day. And you saw the pods a while ago, and we've talked about it over at the draws, right?
Yeah.
Looking back, maybe have you changed your mind as to which pods are like the most exciting as of the moment? Like some pod to look out for. Ali, let's start with you.
I mean, look, I think I actually don't have a favorite pod or anything. I
Mm.
think everybody is an absolutely incredible player. And yes, the three of us drew them on the podcast, so that was a great time. I'm quite scared of Pod C, but I think the truth is that they're all incredibly difficult, and so who knows? I'm just stoked to cast some of the matches now.
Yeah, I mean, this pod C, what did Kinto call it? Cooked pod cooked. He cooked. He named it pod cooked a while ago. Like we named it pod crazy or over at the podcast. But yeah, it's still the same thing. But how about you, Muka? Any pod to
Yeah.
look out for?
I've just been looking at like the decks that people are bringing and like the
Mhm.
lineups.
Yeah.
And I can't like well, the Pod D, some of the lineups look similar, but they're kind of like out there, which is really cool to see. These players have definitely been really testing. ADHQ,
Mm.
Brand, normal Ogden Core with like 3 kill switches and 3 Grawl. Like a lot of these decks definitely came out of like the testing chamber and a couple of these players are rocking decks like that. So
Mhm.
that was a very cool twist to see, and
Mhm.
that's what's got me the most excited so far.
Talking about excitement, of course, the parallel players are excited because the servers are back, and we've been experiencing some. Yay! Let's do a yay. One, two, three. Yay!
Let's go.
Yeah, and it happens sometimes like because we just overloaded servers, guy. Like there's probably a lot more parallel players now just because of them watching the parallel league championship knockout stage. We just onboarded like a lot more players, and It happens. It happens. And now we're back. And thank you guys for your patience or for coming back. And we're going to be awarding you with, or rewarding you with the next match, which is going to be Yarla versus Thais. What do you think about this matchup? I know you know these guys, Ali. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, both of these guys are pretty. I mean, Tice for sure. Yarla, coming from the Hearthstone scene, I
Mhm.
would not be surprised if these two have played each other in Hearthstone tournaments in the past. But they're both very, very good players, and so I'm not sure which how this will go. I would think that Yarla maybe has a little bit more experience than Tice playing in parallel, but Tice has really picked it up recently, qualifying through the knockout rounds. So I know he's been practicing pretty hard. So I think this could absolutely go either way. And it looks like Tice is currently up 2-1 against Yarla in this match here.
Yeah, guys, I'm not gonna be stopping you any further from casting this amazing match. Yarla versus Thais. Thais leading 2-1. Casters, take it away.
Yeah, here we go. Our first match, Ali, of the knockouts that we get to cast. And this one's well underway. Tice versus Yarla, like you said, 2-1 in favor of Tice so far. And we see this setup, like we can see he's playing Universal, but he's Tice got a great opener. He has that shard into Hacker. So he's got the
Yep.
combo to really start get things going. But Yarla's hand looks pretty fierce too from a Kathy standpoint, right? He's got the triple 1-1s, can keep pushing.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, I think if you're Tice, you're pretty happy to see your easy 2 into 4. You want to get the hacker down as soon as you possibly can. Try and go for that high roll. But Yarla's got some gas. You really want to be finding those 1 drops and laying them down with Kathy's passive in the early game here. So this is looking pretty good, and also the draw too, right? Um,
Mhm.
from the machinist to kind of refill the hand. So it's looking
A
looking
hundred
looking
percent.
pretty good.
Yeah, I like this approach. I mean, normally this matchup does favor the Catherine a bunch because even though the hacker lets you get a lot of the big units for cheap, that fast-paced pressure just comes like a bowling ball, like just at your face. And it's hard to dodge it when you're waiting for like these big hefty units. You're playing like one unit at a time kind of thing. So it's not a favorable matchup for Tice. He's gonna have to try to persist through. But Yarlo's drawn a very aggressive start, so it's looking good for him if I had to just gauge it based on what I'm seeing right now.
The mental image of a bowling ball with the Markolian banner across it hurling at Tice's face just played out in my head. And
Yeah.
so yeah, it definitely is favored, you're right, for the Kathy here. But I mean, look, sometimes a 0 cost Freitas or Ingrid or who knows, can bail you out of some really deep
Hmm.
doo doo. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like Tice is not out of this by any means at all.
100%. I mean, it's like a heart of the cards scenario for him. You draw the right reduced big beast, and then suddenly it's over. Like you just flood the board. Even like a crazy Desmond that's super cheap with this hand would be great. So I
Oh
wouldn't be
yeah,
shocked if we saw like a lot of pressure coming out of Tice after he's able to get this hacker on the board. But he will have his work cut out for him for sure. Considering Yarla is just drawing like perfect curve.
yeah. Some of the Desmond turns that we've seen with these uni decks are the coolest turns. Like you can just pop off like crazy and swing it in one go. So I would love to see that at some point here. So let's see. Tice has the option of getting the Tioli out with the researcher here, but it looks like he's opting to go into the shard, probably to develop that hacker because it's one of those things where it's like a loss of tempo at the time to not put a unit on the board, but I feel like it just sets you up for success in the future. And in this matchup, because it is kind of unfavored, I feel like you want to go for the high roll of like developing the hacker as soon as possible. And I guess we'll see if he decides to go with that.
Yeah, I think that's kind of spot on with that analysis. Looking at Yarla, I kind of like this play that he's going the Tioli into the Catherine so that he can buff his Bannerman. It's just pure aggression, and like he's able to he just wants to lay down as much pressure as possible. He knows if this game goes late, he'll be in trouble, so he just doesn't want to leave it up to chance.
Definitely. I think Yarla's probably anticipating that 4 cost hacker dropping this turn and is just not wanting to give him any options to claw back into this. So this is a ton of pressure on the board right now for Yarlo. Like I don't foresee Tice getting out of this unless miracles happen. That's how I'm feeling. And it looks like
Yeah.
he is going for the miracle, rather than trying to like black market fixer the bannerman or stuff like that. And so I think this is definitely the play.
He's sticking to the game plan. He knows, he's like, this is what my deck does. I just do it. He gets a token next turn, so that will help stabilize things a little bit. You can BMF next turn if you don't draw anything like super crazy. So there's options. He can start to restabilize next turn. It's not that crazy. If the Catherine hits like the hacker, you can get an artillery token, kill off Catherine, play the BMF, kill off Bannerman. Suddenly things feel a little bit calmer.
For sure. He also has the option to Tioli out the Wong too and look for
Yeah.
some really insane hits off of the hacker swapping the energy cost. So behind a potential defender as well. So it's not over yet for Tice here. There is hope. And if he takes
I
it's 2-1, so he could just take the series here if he manages to claw back in it.
100%. I want to see a cheap Desmond. I feel like that would be so explosive
Mm.
with his hand right now. More than I want to see a lady. I just feel like it would be super strong.
Yeah, that's so true because he could develop a lot of the stuff in his hand if he could get that down. So, ooh, okay. Interesting. Would you go face here and just let Kathy take the 50-50, or do you want to protect the health potentially on the Kathy and do a I mean, I guess he could double trade or single, but I don't think I would want to trade
I
both
think
of
it's
my ones.
more Yeah, I think it's more damage if you clear the hacker.
Mm-hmm.
Just off the surface. Don't call me a mathematician and don't check my my work. But I don't know. Like, I mean, we can see the hand. Like, this is cleaner technically, like number wise. Like him making these 1-1 trades. I don't like it as much because it like makes you a little bit more fragile. And we see that, right? Because there's a BMF coming, so that help a bit. But this does allow him to get the most damage out and push for a game.
Yeah. Okay, so no snitching for the hand doesn't do too much. I mean, this is tough. I don't know if he's really going to be able to get there. I mean, you can go with the Wong high roll, see if you can find anything. There's also like Bannerman into killing off the black market fixer going into killing off the Bannerman, and then maybe Tioliing out a cunning diplomat is an option as well. But that stupid Alvaro on the board, man, it's like you don't want to take an extra 3
Hmm.
for using that Tioli. So this is pretty tough.
It is. I'm kind of leaning towards. I like the black market fixer, and I think you have to snitch the 1-2 Bannerman maybe, or the Alvaro, depending on if you're gonna go for the cunning play. Let's see which one gets targeted. We can. Let's see. He picks the Alvaro. Okay, so I think he's gonna do your plan then, right? Tioli
Yeah,
into
I suppose
the
so.
cunning. Oh, an 8 cost hacker. You don't want to see that
Oh,
one. But you
just
just
wondering if
wall
you
up here a little.
ever should have just black market fixered the interrogator first, and then maybe, snitching the something else and then shot the 1-2. I don't know what was the right play there, but that Alvaro getting an extra 3 damage feels pretty bad.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that good, but this way, I mean, he would have there would still be a 4-5. Hold up. It's not game yet, but this is pretty close.
Yeah. Oh
I was gonna
gosh.
say a BMF on the Alvaro, then there would still be a fat Bannerman. So I think this was the right way of doing it. But yeah, the damage from the Alvaro is definitely not what you want, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If he Yeah, I don't know. It's probably not going to take that much effort to get through this. Like, he could use the artillery volley and just sort of set up on the Catherine and set up for the lethal the next turn with the expertise. No, or am
Ooh,
I?
wait. I think you just volley the Catherine, hit face, and then
And
expertise, right?
yeah, I think that's a guaranteed for next turn. think there's any health regen in the uni deck, right? I mean,
Mm,
well, unless you get a Freitas or
a
something
lady,
absurd.
but there would only be one card on field. Maybe that's what he's worried about.
Oh,
But he wants to prio keeping the Catherine on board. Like he likes the damage that it brings, the pressure. So opted to keep it instead. But still a strong hand. Ty's still not able to see any of the ladies or anything. I mean, playing the Wong is good. You find something cheap, but unless it's a one cost, you're kind of stuck, right? Show
yeah.
me a one cost lady.
I think either way, Yarla's decision probably would have been fine. Oh, there's
Oh,
a
so close.
3-cost lady. Not quite good enough. I mean, I guess okay, the expertise is in the hand, a trade away, like there's not
There's no way to
unfortunately
stop
there's
this.
yeah, you can't. Well,
So close, so close. But yeah,
it was really
Jarla
just that
will tie this up.
that's that start, Muka. Like it was
It
such an
was
explosive
aggressive.
start with all the ones. I think Tice, even despite having the stabilized shard into the hacker, it just wasn't enough time to like find something absurd like a Desmond or that 3-cost Ingrid. I mean, maybe a turn or two earlier could have done
Mhm.
something, but unfortunately didn't carry him there to the end.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what they're left with next is a uni mirror match. Those are always exciting.
Whose
Yeah, I
hacker
mean,
can hack better?
Yeah.
yeah. Like which hacker man is better right there between the two? But yeah, this is good because we are seeing a 2-2 between Yarla and Tice, and this just shows that these guys are like probably toe to toe in terms of their matchup. Like Ali was saying like a while ago, like Yarla had like more experience in terms of parallel, but Tice is putting up his end of the matchup as well. So Game 5 is going to be happening, and that kind of matchup was kind of difficult as well against Uni if it doesn't catch up with the lady. So can you say, Muka, that Lady Luck wasn't on Ty's side with this
It
match?
wasn't for that one, but he's always got a second chance.
Yeah.
He's got a second chance to romance them back into the hand faster than Yarla can.
Yeah. Well, if anyone can do it, either of these guys can, because again, you said it's gonna be a mirror match. Now, how important is it to hold possibly a Tioli during the first or during the mulligan? Would you do it, Ali?
I mean, I think it depends on the rest of the hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you are going second or something and you can take advantage of it a little bit faster, if you
Mm-hmm.
are have a hacker in your hand
Yeah.
already and you want to get it out, a turn earlier, then I think you could consider keeping it. But I think that if I didn't have anything else other than the Tioli, I'd probably toss it and just prioritize like hard looking for the hacker. That would be my guess here.
Yeah, indeed. Like again, you'd have to have like the hacker or maybe anything that you would have to use. And it's all on a case to case basis. And guys, without further ado, we're gonna be having this next matchup, Game 5, Tice versus Yarla 2-2, double uni workshop. Take it away, casters.
All right. Well, this is pretty exciting. A game 5 between these two players. Like I said, Hearthstone Legends. This is a pretty good matchup that we've got coming up here. All right,
Yeah, I
so it
like
looks like
this. Full mulls.
yeah, Tice has got a hacker though. Step 1 complete for Tice.
All right, I want to see what they get. Double mulligan over here for Tice. He's looking for a way to enable this hacker or just get a board presence going.
Yeah,
Gonna
it's
keep the cunning
interesting
diplomat.
to see the shift from the old uni list where I feel like it was a little bit more about the early rounds of getting like the gun barge developed and that type of stuff. And now it's really just like prioritizing how quickly can I get this hacker down to start drawing into some high rolls of some new units here.
Yeah, it's definitely preferred more on the muster side of things, whereas Universal in the past used to be about these like units with like stagnant, persistent effects that would kind of keep pushing you through the game till you
Mhm.
hit like a lady or something. And I think a lot of that comes down to just like the new cards, like no snitching and things like that. Like the persistent cards aren't as attractive anymore because they can, the other universals playing no snitching also, right? And all these other decks are playing no snitching. So if one of those cards that gain a lot of advantage by being standstill just get no snitching, you just lose a lot of the value, like the gun barges and the AZ-12 target painters.
Oof. You could see the look on Yarla's face there. A double Tioli into the hacker on turn 2 is pretty tough. I was just about to say, like, getting the shard developed, like, whenever you're in the position of you've got the ramp going and your opponent doesn't, even if your hand doesn't look quite as solid, sometimes that extra energy really makes all the difference. But Tice just had 2 Tiolis into the hacker. So I would say that despite being probably down in energy from here on out without the shard, he's in a pretty good position. And an Ingrid for 2 just entered the hand. So I think this might
That's
be
wild.
Tice's
The
series to
Yeah,
win.
he's looking real clean right now. I mean, Yarla has a couple decisions to make. Maybe Miasmancer. Maybe you go for the. Oh, can you? No, you can't. Desmond and Miasmancer this turn. I wonder if he tries to go for the paid off, like, and he's like, "I'm gonna steal your lady," and then he's gonna see like, there's no more Ingrid. It's in the hand now.
He will be uh,
The
saddened to
paid off
find
is
out.
it's so scary because you have to pay the kickback first. So like
Yeah.
a lot of players will play it being like if I get the unit and then sometimes the unit's not there. But I actually like this decision not to go for the kickback and to just fish. And you can see the cost of everything because the hacker was played. He can steal. He steals a one cost Freitas. That's
Oh
looking
my
pretty
gosh.
good.
And he can Tioli it out now
I don't
if
think he needs to
he.
do it now because you can Desmond with it next turn, right? Think about how
Yeah,
crazy
okay,
Desmond,
sure.
Slinger, Freitas, Shard. That's an explosive turn.
Wait, this is a crazy series of events. Shout out to Tice's hacker for making his Ingrid cost 2 and his Freitas cost 1. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's very
Um,
impressive. You couldn't ask for something better here.
Definitely not. Oh my gosh. Well, I was like, Tice has got this in the bag, but I don't know. I mean, this could absolutely go either way at this point. I sort of yeah, I think getting the Desmond makes sense. Getting developed. Wow, this is going to be a pretty crazy turn here.
Yeah.
Getting as many universal pieces on the board as possible before casting this Freitas into the 4 damage to take out the hacker. Pretty darn good.
Yeah, this is crazy. Draw 4, hand it's refilled, can deal 4 damage, take out hacker. I don't know what you pick for your third option. You could buff a unit maybe.
Discard, maybe?
You can't discard with Freitas.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
He can
My bad.
either grab
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
heal himself or grab a unit are
I
the other
like the
options.
stats on the board. I feel
Yeah.
like unless there's an annihilate or something along those lines, a poisoner, I feel like making a chunky board can oftentimes be difficult for the uni to deal with. So I like this. Oh, are we gonna see a Tioli out on the Miasmancer here just to like, oh
That's
yes,
gonna
we
be
are.
brutal. That
Ooh!
is a brutal chain of events. He's in this paid off, just enabled Yarla to retake pressure, retake, the pace of the game. We were ready
Oh
to
my.
chalk this up to Tice with like how great his hacker hit, and now he's sitting here. He can't do anything this turn.
Going into the 4/4 Juggernaut too, I mean, I just don't see how you recover from this point. I mean, and he's got another Freitas as an option for next turn because he has the shard
Mhm.
out and you can Teoli out the second Freitas. I mean, Freitas into Freitas, 2 turns in a row, that's
He can
pretty
also
absurd.
suicide the Miasmancer and Miasmer lock again with the
Oh my
Freitas.
god, you're so right. Jeez. Yeah, and look, any shot at coming back would have been Ingrid, right? But Yarla just happened to have that Miasmancer too.
Yeah, this is insane. Yarla, the Desmond pulling out all the stops to make the Freitas way stronger too, right? Getting so many units on board so fast. Like the board exploded. I mean, I know a lot of players sometimes question the viability of Desmond, but he just lets you like vomit everything out, and sometimes that's like absurd with like the deck being so muster oriented.
I feel like that's actually interesting. I wasn't aware that people are questioning the Desmond decision all that often, and I don't know. I feel like it just makes the swing turns way, 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 way more powerful. So I
Mm-hmm.
personally, I like it. Look
This
at
is
this, folks.
crazy. Look
Greatest
at you see the
absolute
Tice. He's
greatest.
saying you can't blame him. He's like, yeah, I can't
Yeah,
blame this the way this. It is what it is. That looks good. I would do that too.
it's got to be pretty heartbreaking because when he saw that 2 cost Ingrid get added to his hand, he's probably feeling fairly confident, right?
Yeah,
Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that's rough. But man, this was a great hacker. I mean, on
it's a
both sides
great
here.
hacker, but unfortunately playing the side like Yarla hasn't even hit a hacker. These are all reduced just because of Desmond.
Yep.
Oh my god, the Miasmancer just sitting there. Another lock.
Yeah. Oh, poor Tice. Sorry.
This is at this point, this is crazy. We've never seen boards like this even before, like with other versions of Uni.
This has to be probably one of the craziest uni boards I've seen.
Yeah,
This is wild.
he's just
Well,
playing units.
oh man. I think with the Miasmancer blocking any hope for another Ingrid next turn, I'm gonna say
He's
that
staring down lethal. I mean, I don't know how he gets past this.
yeah,
Can't
goes
use
got
any
this one bad.
musters, no cards. Yarla with that paid off was so clutch. Was
The
absolutely
paid
clutch.
off there, Muka. That's
It
for sure.
definitely did. It definitely did.
Can you
That's
imagine this
crazy.
game if he decided not to go for it though? I mean,
Yeah.
I think it would have been Tice's game for sure. So, okay, paid off clearly proving its value in this list.
Yeah, it's seeing this card went from like not seeing much play to just in almost every deck of like the secondary tertiary decks that people are
Mhm.
bringing. Um like it's not really in the Catherines or the Sippiuses, even though Sippiuses aren't really seeing any play. But the other two decks, I think I was doing some combing through, and there's a lot of paid offs in, and I think a lot of players are realizing these decks rely off like big power cards. So if they can just either steal that or use it themselves, just gives a huge advantage.
Yeah. I love it in a New Dawn too, where it's like a very just disruptive New Dawn list, super control
Hmm.
oriented. I feel like works really well there.
Yeah, for sure.
All
You
right.
just steal like the key piece and banish everything
Mhm.
else. Chilling.
Yep. All right. Tice, I think, is slowly but surely
Does
accepting his fate.
Desmond? Well, everything gets Defender, right? So he can't. I mean, he's opting for the stall out kind of, where
If
the
he was
Desmond
opting for the
will
stall out, do you think he should have just kept the Ingrid as a
maybe, but I don't know if I mean, well, there's another Ingrid. Like he just draws his own Ingrid. This is like three ladies in one turn. I can already see Tice's screen going to the menu. He's looking. I don't know. He's looking at the concede button.
yeah. Well, what an exciting uni match. I mean, it wasn't super long
Yeah.
and drawn out, but I mean, we got to see some wild hacker. There it is. Tice officially hitting that concede button. Wow. Well, and the series goes to Yarla.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy, line of play from Yarla, able to take all that momentum away from Tice. I mean, Tice didn't even misplay that game.
Mhm.
No.
It's just the game just got taken from him once that paid off, gave a one cost Freitas, and Yarla was able to just explode.
It's like
Brutal.
that's absolute cinema, guys. Like you see one thing happening early and like going towards his way, Thais, like even like using that Tioli as we talk about like pre-show or pre-match, and then it went to Yarla's side and it paid off, really paid off.
Yeah.
You beat me to it, Ali. Paid off, really paid off during that match.
What it did.
So yeah, it's amazing. Like okay, so considering that there's already paid off, we've seen it like go back into the limelight as opposed to previous tournaments. Is it still balanced, or does will the devs just not touch it, like in terms of the cost that it's bringing to the matches? Like it's it seems like it's more of having a bigger upside than a downside with the kickback. What do you think, Muka?
I think the card's balanced. Like
Yeah.
it's a very fair card. You
Mhm.
have to pay the kickback beforehand, so you're taking a
Mhm.
major risk to play a unit that turn. If you
Mhm.
miss, or you play a big unit, you think you win, and your opponent has enough hand size to take momentum of that
Mhm.
energy. Like
Mhm.
that's very fair. And then also to steal a card, you're playing nothing that turn on turn 4, which is normally a pretty pivotal turn in parallel.
Yeah.
So I think it's fair. It's a
Yeah.
very fair card.
How
And
about you,
it's
Alan? What do you think?
also
Yeah.
universal too, right? So
Hmm.
every class has access to it, and I think that's a pretty good testament to keeping something balanced.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I like it too, man. Like in terms of the energy payoff, it's the trade-off as well. Really good card right there. Like very well balanced design. But of course, like looking at the matchups, we Universal is already right there. In like a possibly one of the top picks over at this tournament. How does it fare as compared to like what you said a while ago, Muka? Um, there is another different version of Ogan Core decks, like Universal versus the quote unquote basic Ogan Core deck. What do you think? What are the differences and what are the advantages?
Yeah, it's about the matchups. I would assume like which ones you care about and don't care about because
Hmm.
you're making trade offs. The Ogden Core list looks like it's way better into Earthen than Universal is. Like Kill
Hmm.
Switch, 3 Kill Switch dominates Earthen.
Hmm.
There's no, I
Yeah.
don't think there's any way Earthen can win that matchup,
Hmm.
unless you just draw abysmally.
Yeah.
Um, the Ogden Core probably fares better into the some of the problem matchups. Like it's probably okay into Marco, maybe a
Yeah.
little bit better into like Shroud, like New Dawn. The
Hmm.
Universal, in general, is a very strong against Augen Core. So you're
Yeah.
like, it's good into Earthen, but Earthen can win. Like
Yeah.
it's pretty close to even. Um, so it like I guess it just depends what matchups you care about. Like
Yeah.
the Universal can also high roll the Shroud, where the Augencore plays more like a slow game, and yeah, like it's a the fourth deck was definitely probably the hardest pick for all players to make in
Hmm.
this tournament. The third and fourth, but especially the fourth, I
Hmm.
saw a lot of players struggling with like what to bring, and people were trying Earthen or
Yeah.
Universal or Augen and never fully confident in what they brought it because it's so up in the air like it's like it requires a mental read on your
Hmm.
pod and like
Hmm.
you're like what is everyone else bringing and then can I pick it right so that I'm like winning most of my matches because I picked the right matchups.
Yeah, it's like that with that kind of mindset, like you're actually having to it kind of says like there's a lot of preparation prior to uh right prior to bringing these decks in these high stakes tournament, and that counts as well as to how you're going to be winning or going to be a possible champion, or rather the first champion here in Parallel League. But of course,
True.
for the next match, we're going to be having Job Sad versus Gavin. Right. This is gonna be I think this is Pod D. Right? And with that, we are going to get into the match. Job Sad with 2 points, Gavin with 1 point already. Guys, take it away.
All
This looks
right.
scary already.
Yeah.
I'm seeing some things. I see Gavin with Shroud with like very little hand and board left. Universal with a lady that's available for play. Yeah, this is looking tough for Gavin to come back from.
I see a trusty belt, and that is not, unfortunately, not going to do too
Yeah,
much in this
no brand
situation.
either. No
We're
brand
hopping in
available.
here, fairly late in the game, but so we're not quite sure, what resources are left. But by the
Hmm.
looks of it, Gavin needs to top deck a demolecularize, and that probably would be the only comeback, I think, from this point.
Yeah, even then it gets really tough because there's two drone printers on board.
Yep, this is very true. Gosh, I gotta say, I am quite happy to have Demo back in the mix for our Shroud matches. It seems like Neve has been the popular choice in a lot of the previous tournaments, and only three people brought Neve to the knockouts today. Shout out to Jeremy's list on Twitter, going over the deck representation. So, unfortunately for Gavin, doesn't look good. He lost there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll stick around and see their next match, but that one was crazy. We didn't even take note that the Ingrid created a Freitas, and there was two Desmonds on board, so you could have
Yeah.
played it next time. I mean, even if you get demoed, rebuild board with drones, and then just play Freitas the following turn,
Yeah.
like that, like production threw us into a bloodbath on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, that was the whole set. So Jobsad
Yeah.
won that set.
Yeah.
So congrats to Jobsad for getting his points. We're going to be finding another match for us to jump into.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you asked about matchups, and I told you that Uni could high roll the Shroud, and we saw
Yeah.
it, and that looked explosive to me.
I
So
mean,
I have a
yeah.
question.
Okay. Okay.
Where have each of the pods been given a name? Like pod B, we were saying bloodbath. C, cooked. What about A and D? Have they been assigned
They
a?
have not been named. You can label them
Okay.
if you got one.
Go,
All right,
Ali.
I'll cook
Go.
on it.
Okay, I know you have something from your pocket, like okay, I've already written some suggestions here. Pod A's. But anyway, like okay, so that was the match between Jobsad and we've had here again with Gavin and already
Yep.
3-1. It's like basically production was saying like look, there's something happening here, and like it's already happened.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So that
for
makes
the
Jobsad among two players. I mean, we'll get a
mhm,
bracket update later, but he's among two other players that have gotten 2 wins so far in
yeah.
the rounds that have happened. It's him, Hylas DRD, and
Mhm.
Hogvax.
Wow. Wow. It's like they're like, let's not jinx it, guys. It's too early.
Yeah, there's still a
It's
lot
too
to go.
early.
Only 2 matches. It's only
Yeah.
two matches. A lot can change between today and the end
Yeah.
of tomorrow.
Yep. And I've just heard, guys, that the next match we're gonna be casting is gonna be Ganera versus Dual Note. Ali, what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where it's going to be coming into game 3, so we'll
Yes.
see the update of how the match has gone thus far. But both Ganera and Dual Note, incredible players, as with everyone. So it could go either way at this point, and I guess I think it'll come down to the deck choices and who is really like locked in with them.
Yeah, and yeah, they're definitely gonna be locked in. And of course, considering the deck choices that they carried, Muka, I'm pretty sure you have that screen open right now.
Yeah, I
What
was
do you
looking
think?
at it right now.
What-
I mean, it's 1-1 with
Mhm,
Ganera winning with Kathy and
mhm,
Dual Note winning with his Earthen, which is quite unfortunate for Ganera because Ganera is rocking this kill switch Core deck. So that's a
mm.
deck that you want to pair into the Earthen. We see this matchup happening right now.
Wow.
This is the Core deck against Dual Note's Kathy, and it's actually not looking too bad. I mean, Ganera looks like he has a very convincing next turn, right? Sestamir is coming out with token. Dual
Mhm.
Note has to looks like what is this? A triumph turn? And he hits a Tioli, a Bloodhound, and a expertise. This is a good turn for Ganera. I know we're jumping straight into it, but yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
I mean,
guys, I'm gonna be leaving you to it. Dual
Yeah.
Note versus Ganera. Let's get into the action. Take it away, guys.
it's got the follow-up Sesmir too, and still relatively healthy. All things considered, 16 is not too bad. So yeah, Ganera's looking pretty strong right now, and a Juggernaut will be popping out at the end of this turn.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a personal SMR on this MTAV and was able to
Hmm.
trade it out. And very cool usage there. He did not have a bank with the double Tioli, so he trades in the MTAV so you can get the Tioli and still is able to get the Sestimir off. Very, very like proficient play there.
Very nice. Ooh, now do you go for a? Okay, yeah, that makes
I
sense.
was wondering, like, does he self ping and then get another unit and push from there?
Well, I mean, I suppose it was a consideration. I mean, I think I like the defender choice as well, but he could have just shot it with the 2/5 Juggernaut and then gotten
Hmm.
another sizable vehicle here. But either way, I think with 16 health behind a Sestmir, I mean, we'll have to look at Dual Note's list to know for sure, but I don't think there would be enough burn to really get through this really scary board here from Ganera.
Yeah, it's a tough. I mean, he plays repurposed hardware, which may
Mm.
allow him to get through a Sestimir, but he'd have to proc like the shielded first. And is he going to do that with the Catherine's expertise? We'll find out right now. Is he going to break the shielded or do damage? He's going to do damage. So he's going all or nothing here.
Yeah, those giant defenders are just okay.
Oh, there's the
Well,
repurposed. And he can use it next turn if he uses the expertise, right? That would get the Sestimir out of the way.
yeah, that's actually maybe possible. Let's see. I have to get through the other defender, but it is not over yet. I mean, it's nice that Ganera has a follow-up researcher here to draw into some other stuff. Oh, well,
Double.
that's super nice to see.
Yeah.
Getting a couple
Ooh,
extra
look at this
draws.
deck. Ishkur. There's an Ishkur in the bank. AOP.
I still stand
Those are great
by
upcycle cards.
these Ogden Core decks being some of the most interesting to watch.
They're so
I know
hard
that
to
you love
build.
them.
So, like, yeah,
Yeah.
they're so hard to build. And when you can find the right magic, it's very cool. Like, I do enjoy it a lot. There, you saw there's another upgrade that hasn't seen any play ever, but is starting to see play with this version of the deck. Repeater Cannon, an upgrade that recently got buffed. It gives like double attack and armed. It pairs really nicely with the Aftermath legendary Ruthless Juggernaut. So you like bank
Okay.
it, play the Ruthless Juggernaut, it attacks. You take the repeater cannon, and then your dude just has double attack. He's a 5/6, double attack with armed. It's like crazy strong.
Wow, what a
Ooh, here's
turn
the
here
knife. This
from
isn't a this is a
Ganera.
yeah. Is this game? He's pushing heavy damage.
I think math is for blockers, Muka. We need to start attacking,
We
and
just
then
watch. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay,
oh
okay.
yeah, whoa there.
Miss Dragon a little bit. As I saw players practicing and stuff during this week, there were some times where I saw stuff like that happen, like accidental dragging and stuff. So I just, you don't want to see it here, but I like this. Good pressure overall. It's not 3, 4, 5. It's not lethal. I think he's
Well,
like
if it's
1
not
damage short.
lethal, I probably would want to go for another attack into a unit on the Sesmir just to keep building the board. Maybe you get lucky, you get another defender or just something. But is there any downside or not downside, but any potential for Dual Note being able to push 9 damage from the hand? Probably not.
He has 5, 6, 7, 8 with knife. He has to use expertise and repurposed on the Sestimir, but there's another defender. He's gonna use it on this defender, okay? And what
Huh.
we're trading into Sestimir? This is I don't think this is the right path, but I don't think he had it anyways. I think he was close, but not enough.
Well, certainly not enough to survive death at 1 health, the
Yeah.
follow-up turn. But yeah, I think that, I mean, this Sestamir, you're probably never getting through this, right? Unless he's banking on the
Oh, that's a big nice
damage.
vehicle to
Okay, there
get.
we go. Not too bad. 5/6 commander warship, we'll take it.
He just self kills his unit. He knows.
Yeah.
And he concedes. Ganera gets a win off this.
Dual Note
All
going
right.
out in style there, I think. Accepting his fate. Okay, so
Yeah.
Ganera is now up 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, like again, all of Excelsior's questions are getting answered like match after match. The
Yeah.
Ogden Core, like the Universal, we saw in one match already today,
Mhm.
has trouble with the Catherine with like that pressure, but the Ogden Core can squeeze it out with some of the upgrades that they play, like the kill switches, maybe a good upcycled. We didn't get to see the whole game there. We saw midway through, but he was able to stall the Marco a bit so that he could play his power cards at the end.
Yeah.
Muka, I was like thinking there is possibly little chance to outpace Marco until I saw this match with the Ogen Core build. that they have brought right there. So maybe is it just because of the possibility of using kill switches to just remove like units, or is it like possibly because of the upgrades that has given like Core like a new lease on life, especially in this meta? What do you think? What do you guys think?
I mean, I
Um,
think. Or go
you
ahead,
go
Mika.
first. No, no, no,
I
go,
was just
go,
gonna
go
say, I
ahead.
mean, I think you always have the high roll of getting some of those crazy defenders down. Like if you can
Mm-hmm.
just survive a little bit, like if you can clutch out an upcycled,
Mm-hmm.
even into like an AOP on a
Yeah.
crazy wide board, that's super nice sometimes. But you can see there in that last game, like once you get a Sesmir down, using two spells or effects to get past the shielded and answer it like with a repurposed hardware or something is pretty difficult to pull off. So I think it just
Mm-hmm.
has enough of a tool set where the Marco is still probably gonna get there a lot of the time because they're Marco, but you have options, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're entirely right. The upcycled, it's easier to activate upcycleds now with like Grawl and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's more good cards to get off upcycled. So I feel like a lot of that matchup does depend on a strong upcycled. But aside from that, like even Grawl into Kill Switch is like super strong. Like Grawl is like the new LSC for Core because it lets you ramp also. So you, but you get you're not losing energy anymore for playing it. So it's really good.
Yeah, I agree, man. Like lots of different choices, especially for Organ Core. And now, of course, we're going to be having another match between Dual Note and Ganera. Now we can see Ganera on cam. And of course, take it away, casters, for this next match.
It's really been interesting to see the New Dawn coming back, but I would think that it's still pretty rough into Marcolian. Is that true? Does that hold true, Muka?
I think that's very true. This matchup is like sometimes chalked up as a loss, but like you need a lot of momentum in the early game to come out of this one. Like, and Ganera does have a pretty strong opening hand, right? Void Trapper with Tioli into Life Siphon that can like smooth out some of this stuff, and the embedded agent is also really good. So not a bad start from Ganera. Like this is what you need to see if you want to have a chance.
Yeah. A little surprised to see the researcher get banked because he could have Tioli'd into that
Hmm.
the next turn. But Void Trapper also pretty irritating and probably wants to hold on to the no snitching and the life siphon as options. So I suppose it makes sense.
Yeah, I think he just wants as many cards that can maybe control board early on
Mm-hmm.
to stop the triple 1/1 kind of shenanigans. Like here, the agent can run into the uh Bannerman, and then you can Void Trapper and Life Siphon another unit. 0K. It's not too bad, but it's a tough decision. He doesn't have a clean turn 3 play. So I think he's wondering like if he should hold on to the Tioli, just drop the Void Trapper. I think that's fine.
Man, if Shroud ever gets some low cost AoE that isn't bound, to a Neve or something, New Dawn is going to be unstoppable. I just want to say that.
You
I
think
feel like
so?
it. I
Did
mean,
did you hear Free Tip Scout got surprised by Veen on a stream and he gave some leaks. And there was
oh,
there
I
was
actually
one
missed
that
those.
yeah, there was one that is right up the alley of this conversation. He
Ooh.
did mention that there will be some sort of board clear that will be universal.
Okay. Oh my gosh, that is spicy.
So Ali,
Well,
you got to start getting your thinking hat
I
on for
look
the
forward to
next
seeing that day.
meta New Dawn.
I suppose if every class has access to it. But here's the thing though, Muka, sometimes these games can go on a really long time. So maybe I'll be eating my words if we have some crazy control mirrors in our casted tournaments here.
Yeah,
But
I'm not sure.
let's see. I mean, getting
Oh,
that harp developed here from Dual Note, that is always very frustrating for a Shroud player to see
yeah.
because they really want access to being able to get your effects off effectively, as we might say.
100%. And then like on top of that, like Ganera unfortunately is sitting on two good zero cost effects that now are not that enticing, right? The no snitching. Tioli is pretty much useless, can't use it right now. He's gonna
Okay.
opt for this tempo play, it looks like. Bannerman,
I
Life Siphon, snitching.
I like this play. It
Yeah.
allows the life siphon to get back to being played here on the 2-1, I suppose. And then
Yeah.
it looks like
If
he hasn't banked, so we could even get the venerated Raider down.
I think he's gonna end up banking it. He decided to hold on to the Tioli, I guess, for an Adira next turn. Otherwise, I would have said Tioli, venerated Raider, bank whatever you make, play life siphon. But he chose to keep it, so my thought is he's thinking like I might have to Adira next turn.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go for it here.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know what you're
Banking
gonna
Honor
get,
Steward is
but
so tough.
it's just dicey because the Raiders, of course, are corrupted units that get added to the hand here. And life is a very precious resource against a Markolian, so would
Hmm.
have felt probably a little bit better to bank that than the honored steward.
Yeah, draws a logistics officer, which is not too great in this matchup. I mean, not too great with Newdon. It doesn't pair that well. We always say that Shroud plays every Paragon better, but there are some cards that don't synergize that well. That one like flips your like you can see the top card of your deck, and then if there's a unit, you can like play it as if it's in your hand.
Oh, interesting. Let's see. So looking like going for the Kathy, interesting, as opposed to a double like 3-1 on the turn here. Um, but can comfortably cast the Kathy, not anticipating an honored steward on her now. So that's
Yep.
nice.
Ooh, we drew a banish. That's
Ooh.
good. This is a good tempo play.
Ooh, that's very good. You can also get the Harf out as well if you wanted to.
Very nice. Just going all in. Big board, big presence.
It's a huge setup. Man, I think that this puts Ganera in a really solid position, especially with a
Y-
follow-up Adira.
Yep.
Uh, this is the best way to combat the Markolians. Is you can't just play the answer game. You also have to apply pressure and make them sweat a little bit.
100%. Dual note though draws a Cendrillon. Whenever I'm casting with you, I feel like I have to say it correctly. And this will. I mean, he can clear. He can clear here cleanly with it. Just trade out 1 damage to the steward, and then can swing. But he opts to go for the VRAV, the Vindicator Rapid Assault Vehicle. Say that 3 times in a row.
Rapid assault.
And is just
No,
putting
not that.
pressure.
I was gonna go for it. No, I like getting the pressure down. I think that you can have Cindy in your back. Just say Cindy, Muka. There you go. It's much
No, but I
easier.
feel like I have to say it at least right
Because yes,
once. Just yeah,
Cendrillon, yes.
yeah, you know.
Um, exactly. No, yeah, I think the pressure was good here. He has the Cendrillon in the back pocket if need be, but I think you want to keep forcing the Shroud to have to answer the pressure.
What
Okay,
do we
what's
get off
Adira
this
gonna be?
Adira? Ooh, kind of lousy. But like Slinger kills something, I think, if I remember correctly. There's like a 1 health Harf.
It does. Let's see. Would there be a glaive in the deck for the machinist? I'm almost would consider taking the draw.
That's not a bad idea. Let me see if there is one for him. I don't know. There isn't. He is not playing a uh, a glaive.
No vehicle at all then.
Yeah, yeah.
Unfortunate. But card draw not gonna be an issue, seemingly, because Ganera did just pick up a researcher, so that's nice.
Hmm.
And then in our last series, we saw the paid off, be absolutely insane. So it feels a bit slow against a Markolian, because what are you really going to take away? So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see it get banked here. But
Yeah, really good Cindy though.
yeah,
Just clearing a lot of Ganera's pressure, equalizing things, gets damage on the board. He has a triumph next turn too.
that Vindicator is terrifying. Probably want to look for a banish if you can. That way, at least the aftermath won't trigger, right? For that extra
Yep.
3 damage.
What can we get?
Man, it was looking so promising. I'm not that I'm playing favorites here, but when it comes down to the Shroud New
Teaming's
Dawn
really good
versus
though here.
Cindy. It's okay, there we go. Oh,
Yeah, you steal a
nice.
triumph. That's really good. It slows down dual note a bit. Hide your favoritism, Ali. We gotta
Look,
be
it's
professional.
just simply about the unfavored matchup, okay? I gotta root for the
The
underdog here.
underdog. I get you. No, I get you. Just pulling your chain. But this is Ganera looks like he's getting to the point where Shroud or Newdon specifically starts to feel easy. Um, you have Banish, you can start getting Newdon active. Your aggro opponent has like, very few cards in hand, starting to lose stuff on board.
Oof, this is
This
an
is where you want to
interesting
be.
decision. You could go face here, but you also could like guarantee the 3 damage from the aftermath by taking the trade, and then also like that's pretty tough.
That's a very tough decision.
Mm,
He goes for the trade.
okay.
Secures the 3 damage, buffs the Alvaro.
I think I like the trade. You're passing off the memento, you're taking away more options and
I feel like I think he should have not hit. I think he should have hit face.
I
Actually,
mean,
never
5
mind. He drew
damage to
life
the
size.
face. No, I think you're right, actually. Like, 5 damage to the face is so
It's like
significant.
5
And, like,
damage to the face. You're forced to banish it, and if you banish it, there's still another unit on board, right? Like this way, you lost both units because he had 1 banish. Versus if he had 1 banish, you keep 1 unit.
yeah, absolutely. And then he would have been put into the awkward position where he really wants
Yeah.
to
Oh my
banish the
god, drawing the
Alvaro.
Tiolis.
Oh my gosh.
Newdon's active though. This is like Ganera doesn't care as much as what he draws. I mean, he can pull a Triumph of Mars that he's banished. Let's see what else is in the singularity for him. That's looking pretty clean. He's going straight for it. He's ready to unload. He draws the demo though.
Wow. All right. Yeah, I think Ganera wants to be putting some units on the board. I mean, from our perspective, we see there's an interrogator, so would want to have an answer to that before
Sure.
having to use an effect on it or something like along those lines. So I'd probably just drop the saboteur, but of course he doesn't
Yep,
know
that's what
that
he
there's
does.
a interrogator in the hand here.
Yeah.
Is this
But this is
comeback,
bad for
Muka?
Duel though, because it could be. I mean, it's oh my
Oh
god,
my
he draws
god!
3 Tiolis in a
Oh
row.
my
He
gosh,
banks the Alvaro. Oh
folks!
no.
I have to say, like, I mean, maybe Muka, you have more insight on this, but are 3 Tiolis in Marcolian really the play? I feel
A
like
lot
it's
of
too.
players are shifting away from it from what I've seen. I have seen a lot of players shift away from it, especially if they want to make room for the Bloodhounds. It's usually like Tioli or the Bloodhound. Like they're not doing both. Like it's too many 0 costs. The Tiolis are kind of punishing. Even alone, people are going down to like 2 copies or some even 1. I have not as many at 0, but I've seen some.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Well, that wasn't
oh,
kind of unintended. I don't think
oh
he saw that
no.
one. Saw that one coming. That one's unfortunate. You don't wanna you just lost your board. It would just pretend it didn't happen. Fill it back up. We're okay. You guys. No one saw anything.
Oh no. The Alvaros are kind of terrifying though,
Yeah,
because if you
6
need
damage
to
a spell.
cast, yeah. That was a little bit of chaos there, I think, Muka, in the
Yeah,
last 20 seconds.
a little bit.
Um,
A little bit. Ganera can't
well,
play a spell himself, by the way. The Alvaro will kill him. So this is like kind of
exactly.
awkward. If Dual Note hits the right units with a rallying cry, he could force Ganera into a point where he can't like trade properly. I don't think it'll come to that, but you never know.
I mean, if there's like a 2-3 Bannerman or something, right? Like you wouldn't be able to trade that away, and then it could easily. Well, I suppose you could kill it off, but you wouldn't be able to trade these interrogators into it. But no, I think. Actually, I am not sure. Dual Note is still at 16. I mean, granted, with both of the interrogators down, it should, they should be taking a lot of damage, but still. This is kind of a weird turn of events here. Okay. Seeing the rallying cry getting cast. Coming down to 10 life. See the soldier and the trooper coming down. I think we're gonna be okay. Ganera. Man, that what an abysmal. Oh my gosh. 3 Tiolis and a no snitching. What an abysmal sight to see.
But this is
And
enough. Is this enough for like Ganera to like not be able to get through this? No, he can do it. He can do
he,
it. He has to kill off both his Alvaros though.
yeah, you double trade into the 3-3, then you trade the 2-3 into the 4-3 and
2-3 into
siphon it.
the 2-3 into the 2-2, and then siphon the 4-3, so no aftermath, and slinger the 3-3,
Yeah,
and
okay,
then
that
all
works.
units are dead. Yeah. But that could have been like that's what I was saying. Like we were at a point where Dual Note could have pushed enough damage that Ganera can't get through it because of these Alvaros.
Yeah, it was casting that triumph. Things started to fall apart a little bit right
Mm-hmm.
there. Yeah, no, this
Oh
makes sense, right?
no,
No,
is it?
right? Yeah, you
He
trade him into
traded
the
wrong.
3-3,
Oh no,
and
no.
then you can life siphon so that the 3 damage doesn't get. Now he sees the hand.
Oh, Slinger Life Siphon. Wait, but how do you kill the? Okay, okay, yeah, you're right, you're right. Sorry, I
Yeah,
got a little overzealous. Yeah, you can do it
it's
this
all
way
good.
too.
It's all good. Okay, actually no. This is the correct way because then you get to keep your Void Trapper on the board here.
Yep,
Um. All right.
yep. Bank the
I would
trigger.
not play that.
There,
But
banish.
actually, let's
All
be
right.
real. What's 2 versus 3 health? Is there any
Is there a Catherine's
difference?
expertise in this deck? There are there? Let's see. There are 2 Catherine's expertise. I don't know how many have been played so far, but if he draws one of those, there's a triumph.
Oh my
He's just
gosh.
dropping all the Tiolis. He's like, what am I don't want these back in my deck. What am I doing with this thing?
Get them out of here. No, no crack shot probably. I would think just expertise.
It could be expertise.
Eh?
Oh,
Oh
oh,
my
okay,
gosh.
another chance. I don't even know if there's any units left in this deck. Nope, fizzle.
Nope. I mean, it comes down to if there's an expertise, right?
I don't
I'm
remember
not
if we've
sure.
seen any of this, but there are expertises in the deck. I just don't know if we saw them get played or not.
I I don't think so. I mean,
I don't think so. We've seen them.
say what's in the singularity here that could. He still has to clutch it out. I mean, it really. I mean, there's 4 cards left. Okay, it really just comes down to if there's any burn, or if he gets to in that fatigue range. If a lucky expertise or something comes into play here. But
Whoa,
moment
whoa,
up.
he's still fishing.
Wow.
It's the
I
what's
mean,
the last card in his deck? Is it an expertise or what?
we're about to find out. Oh my god.
I mean, even if he loses his whole deck, he can fish for the. There it is.
Oh,
Catherine's
there it is.
expertise. Dual Note finds it and is going to tie up this set 2-2. And we're going to get Ali's favorite type of match, a New Dawn Mirror.
Yes. Wow, that was a wild end to that last game there. It looked like Ganera had it with that
Mhm.
swing, but then kind of cast the triumph. That was
Yeah.
not ideal. Lost a couple units there.
Mhm.
And also getting the interrogators, both of them on the board, sort of limited the options. So yeah, wow. But expertise being that last card was pretty wild.
I mean, Triumph into Wong, like that's a good way to find it.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I was telling production like that's definitely a clippable moment. Like, maybe put dual notes head onto a digger and like it's trying to dig away into a win. Like, double triumph, man, double triumph, and it was actually good. Yeah, he was thinking like, I should use these Theolis so that these won't get back into the mix. I should bank this artillery volley so that it won't get back into the mix again. And like, and yeah, even drawing into a Wong as well. Like that's like again, That's a really good decision making from Dual Note. And I'm not taking any sides, guys. New Dawn could have gotten that win, or could have prolonged it further. Was it the triumph of the loss that got him into the order? Or
I
did I
think
watch?
so.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
different.
Yeah,
Uh,
hitting the
yeah.
Rend the Earth from the Cindy
Mm-hmm,
definitely took some air out of the tires a bit on that
mm-hmm.
runaway bus that was headed towards I don't know where I'm going with this, but it was good. It was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad for Ganera there. He
Mm-hmm.
had definitely had a lot of momentum, and if he was able to just keep going with that, it would have
Mm-hmm.
been, I think, more than fine.
I
Yeah.
think there was about 5 damage. There was a saboteur and then another 2-3 unit on the board. So punching an extra 5, I mean, it got down to the wire there over the course of a couple turns, probably would have clutched it out. So that is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But bless, we get a new Dawn mirror. So, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Dude, guys, leave it to Ali and Muka to find that one match, go to a game 5. Yeah, we just got hashtag blessed by our casters here. And if for
We get
anyone,
brought on to stall.
Yep.
That's what it
Mhm.
says in our when we put our invoices in. It says there's a comma stalling.
We do an extra line for the stall,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely makes sense, man. Like, yeah, and if we're looking at the different matches here, New Dawn versus New Dawn, I've seen this. I have played this. It's a long match. What are your thoughts? And you know your deck. You know their decks, right? So, what are the weaknesses, or what are the techs that they put in that could be game winning? Muka, have you seen? Have you looked at
Well,
your
I was
decks
gonna
right
say,
now?
can we pass this to Ali because I am
Oh,
out of
Al.
practice on my New Dawn mirrors.
Yeah,
Those are
go, Ali.
Yeah, I sometimes it could come down to like crazy Adira plays, like if you steal your opponent's Adira or just get massive swings there, I think that can make a huge difference. Timing your New Dawn is also super relevant. But some at times, if you can just get the pressure going as
Mm-hmm,
well, like you find a way, like early void trappers can do so much work as well, getting those
mm-hmm.
down. So, I mean, I think these New Dawn mirrors manifest very differently a lot of the time. And so it's really the adaptability of the player to be able to decide, like, where am I in this game? What
Mm-hmm.
role am I playing?
Yeah.
And that makes all of the difference.
Yeah, a lot of different cards. Like I like the Void Trapper input right there, Ali, especially on turn 2. But of course, we're gonna go into this match between Dual Note and Ganera 2-2. Will this be the end with these ND matches here? Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's watch our casters.
yeah. Some
Oftentimes, like, who builds the greedier deck that can be relevant too. But if it just gets stolen from schemings and there's just a lot of layers here when it comes to a New Dawn mirror.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to take note of that I've been noticing a little bit is like the dynamics with like rummaging researcher and brand's expertise. Like depending on which one each player plays, then they will like there's some advantage to like if both play the rummaging, then getting the first rummaging puts a lot of pressure on the other one because if they want to play their rummaging, then they're giving a free draw, right? So it's like this back and forth on some of these cards that gain extra resources. Like if you play Void Trapper first, then I can't play my Void Trapper. Kind of like that makes the matchup a bit more exciting and kind of tough.
Absolutely. Yeah, oftentimes in card games, I feel like you don't want to draw cards in a control mirror because if it comes down to fatigue, you don't want to be, taking exponential damage faster. But I don't know if that's necessarily true in this scenario. I mean, it certainly can be, but I think having consistent resources is probably more important. So,
Yeah, a hundred
um,
percent.
yeah, so let's see, guys. So what's happening right now is precisely what Muka just said. We're seeing Dual Note getting the researcher down first. And considering that he was the first player here, I feel like having the consistent card draw with the Void Trapper out is going to be really clutch. So, um, okay, and a demolecularize in the back pocket to be picked up. Well, Yeah, it's like a pretty frustrating position to be in because at this point, as Ganera, you probably would want to develop your own researcher, and I think you kind of have to do it, right? But um, knowing that you're going to be giving dual note more cards doesn't sit super right, and I think the decision to like just try and answer the void trap or something like that is not good enough here. So I would not be surprised if, yeah, we see the life siphon get banked, own researchers going to get developed, and both players are going to get some cards here. Actually, we've got to let's see. It's coming online here. All right, Cyber Deck console gets picked up. I love that card, especially in New Dawn. I just like going full disruption on the console here.
Yeah, I wonder if the cyber deck it kind of fulfills that same situation. It's like added pressure. It does like what the rummaging does, kind of, where it's like, hey, if you want to play your rummaging, I'm also gonna draw now. But then it's like,
Mhm.
hey, if you also play a really powerful effect, I can challenge it.
Yeah. It's let's see. I don't discount the value of little singularity stewards in the early game. Like they are annoying to deal with, and I do sometimes feel like it just comes down to who gets a lot of chip damage in, and then in the late game of whoever is under too much pressure from the early damage can sometimes have imminent death. Another
They're a
console.
little. I mean, you always expect them to kind of die, right? But it is like it's awkward with like the banishes because I feel like it's almost like the first one almost gets punished by the other player playing theirs and then banishing yours, like what we just saw right now with Dual Note. And now it feels like Ganera's in this weird spot where if you honored Steward and then you lose your honored Steward, it's back to normal. Like if honored Steward gets banished somehow.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. At this point, I probably would just want to be fighting for board a little bit. I mean, maybe a raider plus another researcher, something like that. He looks like he was hovering the paid off
Ooh.
there, but I mean, a massive like loss of tempo. Oh, but he's
Oh,
gonna pay the kickback. Okay, okay.
Adira? Okay, we're just going for it. This is the full YOLO. 5 energy you're giving away. This has to be the best Adira I've seen ever. And that's not it. It doesn't
That
feel
is
like that's it. I mean,
definitely not it.
scheming kind of makes sense because you're already giving a bajillion energy, so maybe try to take the thing that's gonna really punish you. Dang,
I
that
don't
mouse went
know,
to Void Keeper
Hookah.
so fast. But this does not feel good.
I mean, what do you even choose here? Nothing is that impactful. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I feel like that was a ballsy move, I gotta say. Definitely ballsy indeed.
In this matchup, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty crazy. You just gave 10 energy to your opponent. I don't know, Void Trapper, Void Keeper, Cyber Deck console. Call it a day.
I understand
Void
the
Trapper hits harp.
desperation. I understand the desperation move, because you're behind on board there, but I just don't know if that was it. This is just too much advantage given to dual note here.
Yeah. It didn't seem like the point of the match where it's like, oh, you need Demo to win. Like that's
Right.
probably I feel like what he's fishing for. But it didn't feel like we were at that point yet. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, okay, yeah, wow. And also gets the new Dawn developed.
Yeah, this used to be punished because you could honored steward it, but you can't do it anymore. I mean, he has enough energy to do it. I thought for a second I thought he didn't. But yeah,
Yeah.
you get 2 buff stewards, a void trapper, a harp, a rummaging. Yeah, this is gonna be super tough for Ganera.
Trying to think, like the previous turn, I think I would have just gone like, maybe a little raider researcher on the board or just anything. I mean, you even could have thrown out an honored steward, but oh man, I don't know if there's any way to recover from this point. I mean, the singularity stewards are going to be pushing so much damage. There's a harf on the board, making everything more difficult. It's going to reset the stats on one of the stewards here and hope and pray that it does
Yeah.
something, but
I mean, he can trade the rummaging, banish again with the life siphon.
Perhaps an insane triumph could do something here, but I think it's looking really unfortunate. It's sometimes getting your new Dawn developed too soon. Like you don't really want to block your demo, right? That's been a classic thought in for new Dawn players here, but there's just so much pressure that I don't think that's going to be relevant at all for dual note.
Yeah. Oh my god. This is real tough from this point onwards.
Sometimes the Harf is just like the cherry on top. It's like things are going so poorly, and then got Harf just making everything slightly more expensive, making it worse. Trying to go over the possible outs for him and for Ganera here. I suppose casting your own, his own Adira, maybe, because it was a stolen one, right?
Yeah.
So Adira into a demolecularize could stabilize him, but that requires a lot of luck.
Yeah, I mean, there's a cyber deck console now, so he could counter the demo if it gets played by Adira
That
too.
is true. That is very, very true.
It's a very tough spot to be in. Trade here, life siphon, gets his other steward back. Both get buffed.
Yikes. I think you're absolutely right, though. I think that crazy play going for the Adira. He was looking for a demolecularize early
Mm-hmm.
on, but I don't think it was at the stage in the game where you had to panic quite
Yeah.
yet.
I mean, this is super tough. Like, dual note's pretty much locked out Ganera. I don't see how Ganera comes back from this. No units to really steal with Salvation to recontrol the board. And yeah, Ganera looks at it too, drawing the stabilized shard. But dual note gets another win. We see him praying. He's feeling good.
There's the Tilt fam in the chat. They're probably pretty happy to see Dual Note take that.
Yeah, amazing match right there with Dual Note getting that win in the New Dawn matchup or New Dawn mirror matchup, and of course the paid off. How do you think that turned like that put the matchup like kind of sideways for Ganera, Muka?
Yeah, I mean, you can. I understand stealing the Adiras. I mean, even Ali mentioned it's like one of like could be a win con if like you
Mm-hmm.
Adira really good cards and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't really seem like we were at the point of the game where he was like he was
Yeah.
behind at that point, but not so behind that you pay the kickback and you just go for like a demo or something. Uh, he had cards in his hand that just could have kept fighting for board and then slowly maybe just steal the Adira like when the game
Yeah.
is super late or steal the Adira at a later point and not pay the kickback and at least you have it. It just didn't feel like it felt like such a ballsy move when he wasn't
Yeah.
like back against the wall. He had a good like 50 feet before he reached the wall and he's just like this is it. So I
I
don't know.
expected
Yeah.
a long, drawn out game there, but that one was
Mm-hmm.
over fairly quick.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was great. Well, Ali, like we saw the units just come down, double singularity steward, even triple, I think at some point, and then just with New Dawn coming back with all that energy on board, you have like all those choices to play with. And what do you think about the tech, Ali? The cyber deck console being put into these control decks. Like, is it really necessary? Is like that? Is that the meta right now? Considering there are a lot of different effects that can be canceled.
I mean, at least when it comes to ladder, I love the console to counter kill boxes
Mm-hmm.
and triumphs and stuff like that. Because you have your own triumph. But I think with these new Dawn lists going for the paid off, the Cyberdeck consoles like full disruption, I personally like that build. I
Mm-hmm.
think Viper, his list in the third major was very
Yeah.
similar to what we're seeing now,
Mm-hmm.
and he's a great new Dawn player. So I personally like it. but and it also is card draw, right? So
Yeah.
it's a flexible card, and it can wind up countering some really key, cards in a matchup. So yeah, and it's a one of, right? So I
Yeah.
think it is fine to include it in the list.
Well, with that matchup, congratulations to Duelno for getting that point against Ganera. And, it was a shaky journey for him, especially in the last two matches. But, of course, that is the round right now. It's going to be the three, or rather, a 2-0 lead from Kintsugi, with the last deck being a Universal Workshop. And, of course, the next deck for Perp is going to be Kathy, the Mad General. And we're getting straight into the action. Game 3. Will it be a clean sweep, or will Perp catch up? Take it away, guys.
I like Perp rocking the stand desk over there. It looks like
Yeah,
expected.
he's always been the standing desk guy. Like, I mean, to lock in with that, you gotta be ready.
Yeah. Ooh, all right. Well, Kintsugi securing a hacker in the hand. He's going to keep that Tioli despite him going first. Sometimes you toss it, but actually, there's two in the hand now, so he's going to be able to
Yeah,
get
you see
that.
his face. He's like, "What the heck? What is
He's
this?
like,
Double Tioli." I mean,
and
he
the
held it because he
shard
can.
too.
Yeah, it's just like hold a ramp, but it's like I don't want this.
Yeah, Tioli's great, but not when you need to bank cards, especially if you're going first, right? Because then your
Mhm.
options are super limited. And oh gosh, this is tough because you want to be keeping that PS8, to maybe combat some annoying early aggression from the Markolian here. But
Yeah,
ugh,
I'm kind of leaning towards banking the shard. I don't know.
yeah.
Next turn, you could double Tioli into hacker.
No, you can't because he's going first,
Oh, he's going
right?
first, so he can't even do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to shard. Nope, this is correct then. If he was going
Yep.
second, then yeah, but Perp's board is super aggressive. He's got the Bloodhound with the Crimson Fleet Machinist. So that's already like 2 units on board that can start attacking. Then double one drop next turn. This is aggression at its finest. Oh, he's opting to buff the Trigger Happy Trooper with the Bloodhound instead of doing it with the Machinist.
Interesting. I guess I like it. I mean, not allowing something to be in PS8 range is, a good thought, I suppose. That's got to be the
Yeah.
reason, right?
Saves you from like PS8. So, and you have a big unit, so I could see it.
I think this is based on this early aggression here, it's going to come down to how good is this hacker man's. That is the real
Yeah.
conundrum here. Also putting the trooper at 3/3 will the Juggernaut not having an option to ping it down for 2, but yikes, this is a lot of pressure here for Kintsugi. Mentioning Scout and Veen on their stream, you said it was going to be neutral AoE. Like, it's not just the Shrouds that, the Nudons that are going to
Yes.
get more powerful. It's definitely these Universal Augencore decks because they've got such, a power in the late game, and it's surviving in the early game can sometimes be the issue, right?
Yeah, 100%. Man,
Man.
I am like, yeah, I think that answers everything. I mean, you can see Kintsugi. Unfortunately, when he's on stream, he's been getting hit with like the brick sometimes. This is not a good matchup. I mean, we talked about this before, so like I can understand like this going this way because this is aside from the Bloodhound, this is kind of standard, right? Triple one drop, and the pressure is just there. And Uni doesn't always have it. He has to top deck the answers and stuff, and I think we saw this happen to Tice. You just kind of play it. You just play the hacker, and if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't.
Yep. Look, with double Tioli in the hand, even if Hacker didn't hit a crazy, number on a woman, a girl, I don't know where that came from, then, maybe he could cheat it out.
You're
But
staying
we're gonna
respectful
have
here.
the Juggernaut coming down as well next turn, so that should help a little bit.
Gotcha. I mean, the manipulation rate, by the way, interesting bring from Perp, and I'm also surprised he's holding on to it in this matchup, particularly. But aside from that, he's just doing what Kathy does best, and this is like full on brute aggression.
Yeah. You love to see the shard and the hacker opener, but when you're facing down this much pressure, it just unfortunately doesn't quite get there. But that
Yeah.
would mean that if, we see that Perp takes this, we will get more games out of this series, which is exciting.
We
So,
will. Yeah, and Kintsugi will be up against New Dawn and a normal Augencore, which I'm not going to spoil what makes that one interesting. I want to hopefully see it. But it's a very cool I'm going to spoil it. It's an Ambush Claw deck, which is going to be really cool that Perp is playing that. But those are slightly slower decks, so the Kintsugi, it's not out for him just because he loses the Catherine matchup. He has two other matchups that, aren't too bad.
okay. Ooh, let's
Drawing one
see.
cost, just not the right ones.
Yeah. I mean, there is going to be a Juggernaut popping out at the end of this turn, so maybe defendered unit, and you might as well get the other hacker down. I mean, it's possible. Yeah,
Yeah.
turn one of those take it or leave it's that can't be banked into something better. We'll take it.
You could ruin Tinkerer. Kind of bait that you're gonna poison her the next turn.
Ooh, actually, I that's sort of tough. I sort of like that play and
You're
keeping
gonna
the
go for the
poisoner
hacker.
though, but
We're
here's the
re-rolling.
thing. The ones will get picked off,
Yeah,
right?
they
And
will.
so,
It's more of a stall than anything. It's not
mhm.
accomplishing any objectives.
I think I'm a little surprised to see the poisoner get banked though over the tinkerer because I just don't know if you're gonna have the time to develop that, and like maybe the poisoner could come in handy. So,
Mm-hmm.
let's see,
He draws a Desmond.
that's a card.
Show me Desmond and Wong.
That
That
is
combo is
definitely
just
a card.
so crazy.
It is. Definitely is. All right. Well, still think Kintsugi's got a lot of battle ahead of him here to get through
For
the
sure.
pressure coming from Perp. He's still got Kathy in the back pocket, access to 4 energy, so could do a 3-1, keep laying down big Vindicators.
What are we doing here? All right, he swings with the Vindicator. That'll get the damage real low on the defender. Just a little gunslinger ping here. Is the rest going
Hey,
face or are we trading smartly? That's what I'm very curious on.
I don't, I don't, I don't think I would
No, he played the
trade in
V-Rev.
this
Yeah, so you just swing in.
go face.
I wouldn't trade either. I mean, you have so much pressure. Just why give Uni room to breathe? What are they going to do with these units? Like force them to trade into you?
All right, 12 health here. Desmond off the top. Can we get some draw? Oof.
Another hacker.
Well, it was Sanctuary. Let's see if there's anything that
Yeah.
can happen there. This has to be it. He needs some draw from swapping this Sanctuary in front to the
Yeah.
hacker here, because like you can make a couple decent trades like with the hackers on the board, but
Yes.
it's we need something big. All right, what's it gonna be?
Yeah. Saboteur. It's
Ah,
not it.
not good enough.
Yeah, not in his favor. Perp's looking good. He'll be able to probably get his first win in this set and then look to tie it up. He has so much damage. I mean, even if you trade properly between the V-Ravs, there's 10 damage, right?
Yeah.
10 damage, and then maybe he has one more turn, Kintsugi, to make something happen.
What is that in the left? Is that manipulation ray? All the way.
Yes.
That's the okay. Yeah.
He's gonna play the Desmond for some defenders in case Desmond gets attacked. It's when Desmond gets attacked, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Just
It's
wall up a
nice,
little.
but you're already, dead on board. You'll never really want to attack into the Desmond. So,
All right, 1 health. Kintsugi will be at 1 health unless a Kathy hits face or Perp draws something. No, that's it. It's just game because you just hit face and play volley on your VREV.
Yep.
All right,
Well, that's
we'll go
it
on to the
for
next game.
yeah. Like I said, of course for if you're Keen Sugi, you want to just get that clean 3-0, but for us, we actually get to see more games in this series here, which I'm pretty excited about. So taking it down, Perp.
Yep. On to the next one.
Yeah. Dude, that was amazing. Like, we expected it because, of course, Markolian was just too fast, and Perp was playing it or was piloting the deck. Uh, Really, it's kind of pristine with the moves that he was doing, and yeah, going in with the 2-1 and preventing a clean sweep against Kintsugi. But considering the decks that he has, you mentioned it a while ago, Muka. Is it gonna be? Are we gonna be seeing that clause deck? Can you explain it to our audience how it works?
Yeah, Ambush Claws is a one cost upgrade, sorry, that when revealed from your bank, you can play it as a one cost upgrade and it gives one attack. Now, if you conceal that card, the next time you reveal and upgrade another unit, it gains two attacks. So it's gaining one attack every time it's concealed. So you
Mm-hmm.
play this kind of deck that has like John's Provisioners,
Mm.
uh, probably the Armored Support Vehicle. I didn't go deep into the list,
Mm-hmm.
and you play like these rummaging researchers and you reveal the ambush claws a bunch of time and you conceal them either with the Vox Tech Jammer, which is a zero cost upgrade, or with allocated provisions, which is like the relic that Earthen plays. And you just kind of go from there and you just start spamming off. I'm trying to see which card he uses allocated provisions as his
Yeah.
card to re-conceal. But yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
just keep putting claws on everything, and it's a bit slower, but it can pop off. Like I have played that deck secretly in private matches a little bit here and there. I like
Yeah.
it. I think it's cool. So if he made it work, good for him. It
Yeah.
is
I mean,
You
fun when it goes off. It's fun.
leave it to Perp to come, in with the innovative stuff and off the beaten track here.
Hmm.
We've seen him do that throughout most of the season of like
mhm.
bringing
Yeah.
different stuff. Is this something that he popularized himself, or have we been seeing the ambush clause for a while?
There have been players, not master level players, that have like kind of figured out the mechanic and made it
Mhm.
more of a thing.
Mhm.
Perp's probably like the first big name to like give it a shot though, like on the competitive stage.
Yeah. Like
I
we've been
forget who the
seeing.
name is. I want to give them credit. I'm gonna look it up. They deserve it on stream.
Yeah, definitely.
There's
Like
one
we're
guy.
gonna be seeing the claw here, but yeah, no, it's gonna.
Not
Yeah,
just
it's
yet.
not just yet. It's gonna be the new dawn against the Universal Workshop. Will the Hacker Man work harder than the previous match? Let's see if that's gonna be the case. Kintsugi versus Perp, 2-1. Let's take it to the casters.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at Perp's New Dawn list here. And one paid off. I think paid off might be like a potential card of the tournament. It's gotten a lot of play and done some serious work. And it looks like he's got one Dark Repose, which I sort of like, especially against Earthen. Just extra banish target. So
Yeah, it's
looking
given me
like
that I think it's like pretty similar to what we saw from Viper's list
hmm
because he also was running the one repose and stuff.
All right. Well, let's see. Perp having the option to treacherous scheming out some key cards like the hacker. So, if he doesn't find the ramp, I would probably want to get that down as soon as possible to try and snipe a turn 4. But see if he manages to do that.
Yeah. This is gonna be a somewhat slow start, but and that's why the uni can do a bit better in this matchup because they if they have the role with the hacker, they can explode. I wonder if we're gonna see Perp just go for like the scheming and be like, "Do you have hacker?" Because if you don't, if you do, then I'm gonna take it. Like it's not that's not that bad. I've always wondered and asked players like, "Do you scheming on like 3, or if you're the turn second player, and try to steal it, because that could give you an edge. And
Yeah.
players there's usually a big like there's no clear line. Like I don't think they've all kind of come to an agreement themselves yet.
It always feels nice to like get your like researcher developed, more tempo as opposed to going for a scheming or something on 3. But I think in cases like this, you probably will wind up casting it, but we'll
Yeah.
see what he decides to go for here.
What an interesting hit. He hits the Miasmancer.
Yeah, I mean, and also with this matchup in the past, scheming was always nice to try and steal a girl, but now with paid off in the mix, you can actually like really take advantage of it and eliminate at least one of the threats. So
Yeah. No, this is a very good hand from Perp in terms of like combating the universal for sure. You can scheming away the hacker, you can steal a lady, then it's like what does Kintsugi have left? He has to either drone printer you out, or like just get like a crazy play somewhere with like Desmond and another lady at a certain point. Like it's not
yeah.
clean for sure. Once if you can dismantle it that hard, you are giving up the board for a little bit of time, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, it didn't feel great to just throw down the Miasmancer there, but he unfortunately didn't really have another option. But if Perp wanted to go for researcher, it does sort of stop that here. Um,
Yep.
so I think at this point it would make sense to just go for the treacherous scheming cast. There's not really a better scenario unless you're just irritated by this interrogator on the board, which honestly, the damage does stack. So,
Yes.
going for an erasure or something like that also doesn't feel too bad. But hopefully he doesn't forget about the Miasmancer that hit the board and doesn't go for the researcher because he's been hovering it.
Ooh, he goes for the rummaging. I don't know if he does it just for the stats, or he thinks he gets the draw. And it looks like he stopped, so he realized. He's gonna just drop the body still.
Yeah.
I can't see anything from facial,
Yeah.
cues that he didn't know that was gonna happen or not.
That's
So, but
exactly what I was looking for. I'm like, did
yeah,
he have a little bit of an emotional reaction there? But I guess he just wanted to go for the stats. But I'm personally a little surprised because
yeah,
that the uni deck is going to be prioritizing the hacker in the mulligan, and that is the sort of the powerhouse of the cell here. The no, just kidding. The the hacker is the powerhouse of the universal deck here. Uh,
that was a
I
good
don't know.
one.
I don't know why that came out, but it did.
The mitochondria. Yeah, Kintsugi here, looking at his sanctuary. Not a card still seen as much as it used to be. But he's still playing it. He's rocking it, trying to see what he can get. Gets the wannabe warlord, free bank for him. Just drop the hacker, gets away with it for a turn. That's feels good, probably. I wonder if
Why the
he's thinking
hesit
like, oh, should I stack Alvaros or something?
Yeah, what's the hesitation here, Muka? Because to me, it's pretty plain and simple. You just get it down, but maybe he's just
Yeah,
thinking about future turns. I'm not sure.
yeah, maybe. Alvaro's good too, like getting multiple out, but I don't know.
I feel like
Gets a token this turn too, which is good.
using your energy is a good. I suppose if you had played the shard and the hacker, I would have maybe been open to that, but
Yeah. All
okay.
right, draws into a rummaging.
Great pickup.
Perp has cheap siphons. Gonna be able to take out the Alvaro that way. And then now he can make his next play. He's got 4 energy. Do we paid off?
Well, now that we've seen the hacker come into play, yes?
It's a tough call. I feel like he's
I don't
kind
know,
of thinking
actually.
about the
So,
board. There we go,
you know,
paid off.
have been like, oh, considering going for the scheming on 3 to sort of stop the hacker, but is the better play to just let them develop it and then try and snipe stuff that's already, been
Cheap.
swapped around, or, knowing the paid off was in the hand, maybe you wanted it to
Yeah.
come down first? Like I'm not quite sure.
And gets a 3 cost. He paid the kickback too.
Wow.
There's one lady gone for Kintsugi. Oh, but he's got a lot of energy to draw. That's not that bad.
Big energy right there. And does have enough to double reveal as well to
Yes.
get a
I
lot of card
would
draw.
Sanctuary first, because you can play a lady this turn if you hit
Oh,
a lady.
okay.
I think
Valid.
I would have Sanctuary first.
There's not really any downside, I suppose.
Okay,
Okay,
hits
another
another
hacker.
hacker.
Yeah. I get
It's
it.
a good board.
I would have been really excited to just get both of the researchers down. So sometimes you're just excited to get going on that. Let's see.
I mean, this is draw 3. This is good.
Yep, it's great.
Can't complain.
I think I would be stressing a little bit as a perp in this moment here. I mean, he's gonna have 5 energy next turn. You want to get 2D molecularize with this board,
Yeah. I'm
but there
telling
isn't
you, if
even
this
one
is a
in the hand.
lady. Okay, not a lady. Useless
Okay,
card. He's reading it. So yeah, this one gives supply caches. I
got
don't
it.
mean to say useless. If you like this card in your deck, I apologize.
Jeez, Muka.
But but it's not regularly played.
Yeah, there are still some cards like without a limited format in parallel. Sometimes you don't know, the
Yeah.
cards that pop
Hey, I
up
mean, and that's how
randomly.
people figure out like new metas and stuff too, right? People are just
Mm-hmm.
ignoring cards, and then the one person that doesn't ignore the card figures out the right combo.
For sure. It's actually kind of astounding how underplayed Hacker was prior to it was legit bad guy, right? In
Yep,
the last month or so, really popularizing this card.
100%. All right, here we go. Baron, get free tip scout on the line. We're gonna find out right now if he needs to call anonymous or not. I mean, he hit Singularity Portal, so that'll banish 4 cards from his deck. It puts 4 cards from the top of your deck to your Singularity, equal to the amount of cards in your hand.
When you're a new dawn, you're not too sad to see that one come out.
Yeah,
See?
I think.
Ooh. There was a demo in the Singularity, I think. I
Ooh,
believe that we saw, right?
I don't know.
I think we saw that. But of course, if you get New Dawn developed, then you have to wait until turn 9 to cast that to not,
Yeah,
sack your ship into your own Singularity. But it's there as an option. Okay, I'm gonna start out with the Sanctuary. See if there's anything better.
what are we getting?
Yeah, forecast miasmancer probably not gonna be too useful against the New Dawn here. Swap that.
It's a Kozo.
Oh,
Kozo can
I
do
miss
some stuff. It's been
Kozo.
quite a while since we've seen Kozo make an appearance.
Kozo was a good time. I miss the Kozo.
Is he gonna do it?
He's considering it.
He's considering putting it in the bank.
I don't
Oh no, there he
know.
goes.
Going
He's
for
dragging
it.
it up. I thought I saw right movement on the mouse. Here, what do we hit? Life Siphon. That's a pretty good hit. And draw.
Oh
Ooh,
yeah.
synergy.
Forgot about that little detail too.
Yeah, that's clean.
Okay. I think Kintsugi is actually
Yeah,
looking quite good.
now you can just full clear board here. Get some damage on board. This is good. And now you have this Kozo that's like, if you put any unit that he can suicide the Kozo, you can just do it again. That's got to be annoying. Good trading with the rummaging too, because the rummaging might get banished to stop like some of these Kozo shenanigans, like with
Mhm.
drawing. It's another 4-cost Miasmancer. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad. I feel like this hacker has been only so-so thus far.
Yes. The
Uh,
Sanctuary is putting in the legwork.
yes. Okay, well, that's actually pretty nice for Perp picking up a demo there, so he's not reliant on. I'm pretty sure I saw one in the Singularity, grabbing that one out of there. Um, but this is a relative, amount of damage on the board. He's already at 19, so I think you need to
Yeah.
seriously look for some banishes, like little stuff here and there to be able to take it out. Looks like he's considering a scheming, which is definitely a loss of tempo for sure, but there's not that better of options. Gosh,
Yeah.
to go
Not a
for the
good turn.
hacker just to like
I feel like that throws everything out of whack for
yeah.
Shrouds to like play a hacker. Takes out the drone printer. Good choice, because if you get to the demo stage, then you do not want those shenanigans to come online.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be too much pressure with another Juggernaut getting popped out next
Yeah.
turn. It's almost in demo range, but not quite. Has 7 energy next. Oh, but the Tioli. That's huge. That's huge. Okay.
Yeah, that'll let him demo. So taking out that drone printer actually ended up being massive.
Wow. Oh, but I suppose here as a block, um, Lord Harf has
Harf.
gotta hit the ground, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure Kintsugi is gonna be thinking about that. So,
Desmond, Harf, Kozo?
oh, so sad.
Desmond, Harf, Kozo? Secure, lethal? Yeah, I think it's Desmond, Harf, Kozo. There's one piece.
Harf, the bane of Shroud's existence sometimes.
Just attacking in case maybe he hits a demo with Kozo or something. I think this is all how he's doing this is correct. Kozo's kind of scary. Here we go,
Yeah,
Kozo.
would you not go for Kozo just in case?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, Miasmancer. Okay, you're fine. And Harf.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. I feel like a banked demo would be very unusual. Like I would not want to bank demolecularize
Yeah.
against a uni core, so
All right, he's locked in. No more demos this turn. What can you do if you're perp to survive? I don't think anything.
nothing. Wow. I got
That
so excited for
Desmond
perp when that Tioli came into the
is a
hand,
Harf.
but that is just and honestly, he easily could have recovered without that harf. Like just
Yes.
full clear and then get your singularity going. You still had like a Stewie as a clear for another large threat. I mean, that could have been Perp's game, 100%.
Yeah. Kintsugi takes the set. He finishes through with the hacker, and he gets those points.
Wow. Yeah. Like I said, that really just came down to the harf there, blocking that
Yeah.
Tioli into the
Yeah.
demolecularize.
I was thinking like, okay, I was thinking the same thing. It's possible, but yeah, that Harf was just it was a good play just to block out that board clear. But still, Kensuke is like going in with the 3-1 against Perp, and it just blocked him out from another 3 points on his pod, man. Like could Perp had done anything with that kind of like good hacker play, Ali?
I don't
Yeah.
think I don't think so.
No.
I think it was pretty over at that point.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about the group names. So I've decided group D is gonna be group death. That's my
Oh,
Okay.
death.
okay.
Okay.
Still
How about
working
A?
on A.
Okay. All
I was
right.
thinking maybe the group or sorry, pod annihilation maybe, but
Okay.
I'm
They're just all bad.
Yeah.
They're just like you just don't want to be in any pod. They're all bad.
Oh man. Bad
yes.
pod aftermath.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
There you
know.
go.
Yeah. Anyway, like with these kinds of like decks so far, right? We've seen Universal deck, Universal Workshop, the traditional Organ Core deck with the upgrades and whatnot. New Dawns. We've seen Brand. We've seen. Oh wait, I haven't seen a Neve so far. Have you seen
There
any
are,
Neves that
yeah, I've
have
seen a
been loaded up?
couple.
Oh, okay. So, what do you
Yeah,
think
yeah,
is
there are
the
a few.
reason why like Neve has been put on the back pedal, Muka?
Um, it's like New Dawn is a little better now and more coverable, like for
Mhm,
Earthen and for uh like the demo is just becoming a little better than the Dominion right now.
mhm,
Is kind of like where it's at. Not that Neve's not good, but that's the main consensus. Brand is seeing more experimentation this time because no snitching doesn't work on it anymore. So people think it works better into like Core and stuff because it just Core and Earthen because it just banishes everything. And it has a slightly better matchup into like Marco than the other shrouds.
mhm.
So those are why those two are kind of getting brought, and Neve is just like, nothing new has come for Neve, I guess.
I think
Yeah.
with Scipius just being the obvious ban, like
Mhm,
the Dominion, like that is a huge reason to play Neve, and it's just in tournaments you can sort of eliminate that option, right? So I yeah. And I just think, Muka said it, but the demolecularize is so clutch for uni decks, for earthen decks, getting through Terramex, that type of thing, that it makes sense. And honestly, it probably was Viper's influence in the third major. He won
yeah.
it. He brought New Dawn and kind of showcased its power. And so I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's definitely a new dawn for New Dawn. Currently with this kind of meta, and of course with the absence of Skippy, some other decks can take the spotlight over at the knockout stages. And of course, I just got word that our next match is gonna be Gavin versus Tyler with their third game. What do you think about this matchup as we're looking into their tournament profiles? Like, guys, if you want to also watch out for what they're playing or how it's going on the bracket, go to tournaments that sanctuary.online, and you can already watch and even copy pasta their decks, because maybe someday you'll be the next champion that we're looking for, especially for season 2 and season 3. And yeah, guys, since it's gonna be Gavin versus Tyler, what can you tell us about their decks, Ali or Muka?
Well, it looks like
Um,
Tyler is currently up 2-0, and
yep.
is only left with his Nehemiah to take the win. That's where we're currently at. So,
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he brought the Core list that like a few people are playing this like kind of kill switch oriented list with the Grauls and the Ruthless Juggernaut. Um Gavin is playing Universal, Kathy, and a brand deck. But yeah, Tyler is one with his brand and his Core and just has Nehemiah left. Very interesting that Tyler chose not to bring any Marco at all. This strategy maybe to counter the more tier 2 or tier 3 decks probably, and just like forget about Kathy and try these other decks that maybe are beefier to do better into some of these other matchups, almost maybe like pseudo anti like Universal or Earthen
Yeah.
a bit. So we'll see.
Yeah, it looks
I don't
like
know.
they're Kathy just took a back seat for some of these players. Like even having or even seeing Brand like kind of these unit heavy decks over at our players like preferences. And with this Nehemiah deck, do you see anything different that has been like teched in from Tyler?
It looks like
Um,
he's got one hold the line. That's always like a flex if people are
mhm.
going to run that. I think there's one altar of Gaia, no hard cast of a Terra, but
Mhm.
everything else looks pretty similar. There's two virulent spores. I
Oh
think it
wow.
was in the last major that Kintsugi only had one copy, or I don't know if it was Kintsugi, but I think it kind of bit him in the butt. So I think
Yeah.
I still like two copies of spores, especially if you're going to be facing down Marco opponents. Um, But yeah, it's looking like a pretty solid Earthen list. No Gafar's Rage. He's running 3
Mm.
formidable presences, which seems to be like a popular choice.
Yeah, and of course, talking about the decks that they're playing, let's look into how they're going to be playing it with this matchup 2-0 in favor of Tyler versus Gavin. Let's look at the match right now with our casters.
All right, all right. So we have just started, or like getting into the mid game of this match. Tyler on his Earthen against Gavin's Brand here. Tyler has some semblance of a board, but Gavin's looks pretty juicy. He's got Spectre Attack Craft with the Embedded Agent and a Wong, so kind of can control the game a bit better. He's got a Dira, Honored Steward in hand. There's even a Trusty Belt if he can get the Brand out next turn. So pretty strong overall turn, but Tyler has some great cards too. He can. Okay, it looks like there was a no snitching on this Steward of the Garden here. He could go for Paragon, maybe a little bit dicey. The Provoke Caretaker is good with the allocated provisions. So these guys are like in the thick of it. They're really duking it out right now.
Yeah. I think getting a I'm assuming that Wong hit the board with a Tioli on the previous turn for Gavin, but that's
I
pretty
think
clutch
so.
here. And yeah, I mean, look, Brand's going to be pretty irritating to deal with. So, I mean, I suppose if this caretaker survives, though, it could get one clean hit into it. But yeah, I think it's anyone's game as it currently stands.
Yeah, for sure.
And the consistency with this draw from the rummaging researcher, so nice.
Yeah, it's just you can keep drawing with it. The Caretaker, if these get to stick, it's really nice. He's got a Defender on the Steward of the Garden, so that helps a bit. I really wonder what Gaben decides to do on his turn because he's got quite a few options.
Uh, well, if I was Tyler, I'd be a little. Oh, sorry, if I was Gavin, I would be a little stressed that I don't have like an answer for a Nehemiah. Honored Steward's not really going to do the job. So, like, maybe, looking for some cards with the expertise, but there's a decent amount of pressure with the caretaker on the board. So, I wonder if he's thinking, I just need to get the brand developed, even if the caretaker can go for a clean hit. But he's got the option to trade the Wong into the caretaker here. So I think
There's
that
a
might be the
Defender on the
play.
Steward, so he won't be able to get
Oh,
the attack off.
never mind. Yeah.
It almost feels like I mean, he could do it if he honored Stewards. Honored Steward, Embedded Agent. You swing into the Caretaker, and he's left with a just Rummaging Researcher.
Gosh, I almost would
Not that
want to
great.
take the value trade on the researcher and stop the
Yeah.
draw too. And then if the steward dies, the honored steward dies, the other steward would come back, not no snitching to
Yeah.
like it would
You could also
refill
belt the
the
Wong,
energy.
trade Steward, and trade something else, and then
That's a
like
play.
Brand's expertise and Embedded Agent also. He's going for uh the other what is this card even named? I actually don't know. The Class Fighter. I was gonna say Class Fighter, but I'll admit defeat that I didn't actually know it on that one. But he puts the belt on his Wong, and the Class Fighter is just gonna duke it out.
So unlike Muka to not know every single card name in the
How dare
game.
I? The Interrogator's pretty good here though, because if he does trade into the Caretaker, the 4-3 would win the stat battle, and he could pressure by like slowly removing stuff from Tyler's hand. Eventually, you get to a point where cards are being removed that he doesn't want to, or that he does want to hold on to. So interesting choice.
I'm honestly a little surprised to see the class fighter in the list.
Yeah, it's not normally played.
Mhm.
But he also had Spectre Attack Craft, so I guess he likes these evasive vehicles that give value.
All right. Well, that was clutch.
Yeah, well, good old Wong not being greedy there.
Yeah, very nice. Well,
Maybe we just
the
see a
ideal
Dira
top
here.
deck, probably like a life siphon with one of the fives for next turn,
Yeah.
but We'll see if that happens here. He's got access to. Okay.
Void Keeper. Not exactly it.
And of course, you could always just throw the Adira down into the researcher. It answers a unit and also allows you to develop something. So I think that
Yeah.
probably is a good play.
I don't know if Wong. There are some cards that are looking at the top of your deck that don't always put it to the bottom. And there was a Terramex Shield Titan, so I am curious if this Adira has an option to pick a Terramex Shield Titan. I don't remember if
think it-
Wong has this interaction. It might be fine with Wong.
Yeah. Ooh.
That didn't hit it, but he hits a Terra Glider.
That's not the worst. I mean,
No.
I'm pretty happy to see that, all things
Yeah.
considered.
And you can't, Tyler can't take the draw here, or he would just overdraw.
Mm-hmm.
But he also gets to see the top card of his deck, so if he didn't want to draw Rummaging, it might have been okay to let that, well, no, you draw it anyways, so yeah, there's no way to stop it. So yeah, you pass. He hits, Saleya, though. That's really good.
It's good, but Adira attacks
go
this
off.
turn, so
Yeah.
won't do anything quite yet, but still a solid unit, no less. I'm super anxious to get this brand down. Like I almost would have liked it last turn because there wasn't like a clean trade into it, but I think that the Adira taking out the researcher was probably too nice of an option.
Yeah.
Well, Tyler's got a full hand of cards here. He's got many choices to make. Okay.
All right. We're going for 6.
He's going for it. Will we see the Titan?
Can use hold the line also to get a defender on board.
Yeah.
The hold the line is always such a tease because it's like, hey, I'm here. Do you want to play me? And we're like, I want to see what card we're getting. Stop. Go away. Hits a Citrine
Oh.
Rose. I consider this like the worst hit, unfortunately. But some people
Yeah.
have gotten it to work. I mean, it gives a defender a little bit. So maybe there's some use case.
Probably the worst or one of the worst, but hey, it's still a decent unit, all things considered. It'll have his stats and all, so it's not the best, but we'll take it.
Yeah, trades off the Soleil here, gives defender. I would give it to the Citrine Rose because the Citrine Rose gives defender to the Terra Glider. Slight hiccup, but that's fine.
See anything to do with this
He's
teal
deciding to
here?
just play the Altar of Gaia just to clean energy use.
Okay.
I mean, he's looking for like these formidables to carry him home. Just needs like some extra damage that can push through.
Yeah, let's see. If you're Gavin, like I said, I think we just need to get the brand down as soon as we possibly can. You probably want to hold that Honored Steward in the hand for a Titan if it comes into play.
Yeah. Well, next turn is a turn as good as any to drop it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You can full trade this board easily and then just play the brand.
Shuffling in those caches. But yeah, you're right. With the 2 formidables in the hand, Tyler's just looking to get the damage in and then clutch out this game. Okay, 2 stewards. It's unfortunate you didn't find anything else to sort of combo with the brand, even if it was just like a little void trapper or something. But this embedded agent can, take out the Citrine Rose.
Yeah. And then even if Tyler does try to finish it out with like the formidable, you could banish one of them, like reduce the energy he gets, something like that. I don't know. You have plays next turn. I'm surprised he used the Tioli for the relic here because you could have used it for Paragon plus formidable and try to win that way.
Yeah, I would
Like
agree with that.
just defend the Nehemiah if there's no more, or just keep placing units in between.
Brand on an empty board is definitely a little scary. I think at this point, Gavin is now going to be able to top deck demolecularize.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that he's in a pretty good position, and at 27, so is not too concerned about being within range for these formidable seeds.
Yeah. When he plays the Nehemiah, because he's just like, you can just suicide your brand into it,
Mhm.
or he could just protect the Nehemiah for a turn also. I think he wants to just see the Nehemiah live for a turn so that he can just start formidable chaining. Or here we even have a formidable Terra Glider and then formidable.
Picks up an unseen allies, but there's only 3 cards in the singularity right now. I mean, double Void Keeper is kind of scary. I mean, we don't know what's in the
Yeah.
singularity. I don't. If there's an erasure or something, I probably would want to take out the Nehemiah. I mean, but I think it's a little too early to pop that potentially. Hmm.
There's one, and he drops it with the Honored Steward. That way he just kills out the Nehemiah, I think.
Yep,
Gets 2 tokens.
seems easy enough. I think that's a really strong turn. I feel like it's going to be pretty tough for
Yeah. Also draws
Tyler
with
to
Void
recover at
Keeper.
this point.
He'll draw again with Void Keeper too.
Okay. Oh my
Ooh, it was
gosh.
the 10 token. No, he didn't draw with the Void Keeper there.
The worst is when you're forced to use these formidable presences on clearing the board instead of going to the face.
I think he has to
And
go face install with these somehow. I don't know how.
yeah, I mean, there's spores as an option, right? And then I suppose
Yeah.
you could throw one out, but yikes. Okay.
Shard.
I'm surprised that he didn't throw down a presence to. I mean, that is a decent amount of damage. I mean, it's not like
19
Shroud has a
damage.
ton of push, but
Yeah.
still. I guess he's just thinking that like these presences are the only way I'm going to get there, so I cannot
Yeah.
afford to throw them into any units here.
Yeah, and the board gets kind of dealt with after one more turn of spores, so I guess I get it. He's really pushing it so hard so that he can come back and go.
Yeah, so he'll get a Primea Conduit after the Honored Steward dies here. Still only a few cards in the Singularity, but doesn't really look pressed for needing to use it right this second.
I wonder if do we see, I was gonna say Unseen Allies, TOLE, put the Primea Conduit in between the 10-1 and the 4-2 so it lives or something. He hits double TOLE.
All right. I mean, I suppose without much in the hand, like you can always just cast the Unseen Allies in preparation for
Yeah.
next turn, but we don't really know what's in there. I don't think
Oh,
so.
he's gonna play it and maybe take the Primea Conduit away from Tyler.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works. Oh, and there's a researcher in there. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Put it in between the 10-1 and 4-2 so it lives. The 4-2 lives. Oh, misplacement. I would have saved the 4-2. I think it's enough damage that's worth saving.
Yeah.
All right. Tyler it's looking bad, but it's not done yet. There is a very good chance he can come out of this still. With the double formidable, I wouldn't chalk him out that much yet, especially with Terra Glider and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could just throw down the Terraglider and the little vehicle there, build up a somewhat sizable board. I suppose the Void Keepers are kind of irritating, but another Spores isn't going to do that much more. So,
Yeah. I think you 4-2-4. You can go for the Terra. I think I go for the Terra here.
yeah, if you have, multiple options, you still just go for the 6.
I think you go for the
Almost
7 because it's like a 50-50 and like Terra can win you the game
Sorry,
because you
that
can
Terra,
buff
not the
it with
Terra
the
mech.
relic. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so it doesn't look like he's going to play vehicle because he plays hold the line here. He hits 7 and he hits the stalwart, which isn't as good, but it's okay. When you flourish it, you give 1 unit +3/+3. You can
Void.
flourish one of the formidable tokens this turn.
Oh, that's interesting.
It'd be like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. That puts him at 16. Then you have 11 on board with another formidable. That's like kind of game if it sticks. I think this is Tyler's
Yeah.
one way of coming back.
I want to just take out these Void Keepers so that they can't vanish.
Well, he
Hmm.
can't banish the tokens, which is really good.
Yep.
Gavin needs to hit like a demo or something now. Or Tyler can just sneak a win there. Oh, he trades. Okay.
All right. Oh, interesting.
I was thinking you go for face and just try to end it. Maybe he does still go for face, but let's see.
Uh, that's still a
He's double
lot of
buffing.
damage to get through. I feel like he's got to find board here rather than just
Yeah,
like
but
hoping.
if he doesn't get banished, he can just win next turn with the other formidable. Because this unit, but yeah, it's like a major risk.
Mm-hmm. What's it gonna be?
If you hit face, you put him at 17, and you have 11 damage on board, +6. He had to have fit. No, yeah, he has to trade given how he's playing it now. The decay will wipe this board though, except for the Void Keeper. So a bit safer, but definitely a strong play.
I mean, he's playing off the top. I suppose like a demo would be really painful, but I think that I like this play. Just
Yeah,
like
this is good. It's probably better actually than what I was saying.
Tyler looks
It's like
very
more of a
locked
slow
in.
and steady. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, if a demo comes off the top, Gavin is in a great position. But other than that, might be a little bit in trouble here. All right. And the energy cache. Not super useful.
Ping the Void Keeper. That's what Tyler was looking for. I mean, this is still fine. Decay does all this stuff. Just a Void Keeper left for Gaben here. I mean, this is very tough. A demo would be crazy off the top.
Might be his only hope.
Yeah. Draws a
Ooh,
Miasmancer. That's not that bad. Can kill off the 7/7.
okay.
With
That
the
is an
Void
option.
Keeper, you get a draw.
So a little bit of an emotional reaction there.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
he
Oh, and
also
he's
draws.
also still got the unseen allies from the previous turn. Okay.
Yep. Smart to
Def-
play the Rummaging first because you get the draw.
yep.
It's like Rummaging, Miasmancer, Void Keeper, hit the Stalwart, draw 2 by the end of that. I would just wait till you see what you get before you bank. But he's going to go for the Miasmancer first, then he's going to lose 1 draw.
Oh, I feel like it's so important that you get that draw going.
Yeah, he didn't get it.
Oh man. Well, hang on a second. Doesn't Miasma answer? It's not just muster. That turn, it removes all abilities. So Okay.
It's
oh, no.
muster to reveal.
Okay, there we go.
It removes all keywords. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he'll be able
Yeah,
to
I
play
mean,
it here, but he won't draw.
with all that open energy, I think
Oh, he's
that.
going for the
Oh,
stalwart. That's
oh,
why. Okay.
wow.
Just big body. He opted for the big body.
All right, 200 IQ. I definitely like the big body, but I think cards are so important right now, so I'm not even sure if I like it more than prioritizing like finding a demo, getting closer, that type of thing. But a 7/7 does not hurt. So
Yeah. All right, Tyler is back to square one with having to push this board for game and try to reestablish. Can kill off the Miasmancer. Why is this bulwark seed? Oh, he snitched a bulwark. Interesting choice.
especially because snitching for future defender units can be really, really important sometimes. So
Yeah.
an interesting choice. Oh, well,
I know muster there.
not the end of the world. I think at this point in the game, as long as Gavin like finds some good like well, actually I don't know. Tyler, I think this turn he needed to keep the pressure up and there's not that much going on right now.
Yeah.
So I think that Gavin might be in a position to just do what Shroud does, find the resources, and then be able to handle the threats that are coming.
Yeah. It's a bit tougher because it's not like New Dawn or Neve, though, because like he's kind of in the same point as Tyler. Because if Tyler's matching and trading and stuff, then Gavin is also top decking. It's not like your Paragon's getting you more resources as the game goes later. What? One of these is 5/5.
Does it keep the stats?
I don't know, but it did. I don't
But
know
it
if it's
did.
supposed to. I don't think it's supposed to,
Is
but it
that
did.
did did Tyler know
Tyler's
that, or he
secret
was still a
attack.
little confused too?
Secret interaction.
So that was from the previous flourish.
Yeah, stalwart, I guess. Yeah.
That's a little surprising. I think
Well,
Tyler's
like,
probably thinking what we're thinking, unless he knew.
he's like, listen, I just play the game. Whatever it gives me, that's it.
Yeah. Well,
All right.
that was not the top
Another
deck
void keeper.
that Gavin needed there. I'll say that.
Yeah. Erasure's the Terra Glider here. Gets to draw from Void Keeper. Draws a Spectre Attack Craft. That's pretty good draw.
Yeah.
You'll be able to start drawing a ton if Tyler can't answer it. These guys are both kind of beefy.
I think this research here for the follow up though for Tyler is going to be really clutch, which is why I'm like still a little unsure if going for the 7/7 was the right play, like for Gavin, and not just prioritizing that researcher. Because I mean, he's got 10 cards left though, so I don't know. Maybe the pressure was correct. Okay, another formidable.
It's another 5/5.
Let's find out. I mean, that would be kind of insane though. Like those things coming out as 5/5s, or at least one of them is
Yeah,
very significant to say
it
the
is
least.
very, very significant.
All right. Mm. Hmm. Allocated provisions, doing some work, reconcealing everything.
I mean, if Tyler uses this next formidable again to like clear, then he's kind of out of resources at this point. Then he has to. It's really like depending on what happens at the top decks or whatever.
True, but he does have 18 cards left. I feel like
Yeah.
there's definitely like there's still the Terra Mech Titan in there. Oh, okay, we actually are getting this cast. Let's see if one comes out as a 5/5. No.
It was the last one last time.
Oh, okay.
No, they're not two. Okay.
There
Well,
you go.
still good. He's able to full clear the board, sitting on a rummaging and a moonlit. And he's stopped Gaben's, double draw turn. Next turn, draw the Saleya. That's a good card to hit, especially against this class fighter.
Yeah. Fortunately, that class fighter is not what you need right now. Let me see. Take a look at the options here. Is there a brand's expertise in this list? Yes, there is only one brand's expertise in the list, and let's see what else. 3 Spectre attack crafts, opting to not go for the rummaging researcher, which I think. Look, I'm the first one to love a Spectre attack craft. Don't get me wrong, but you have to wait to develop it so it can attack, right, and get the card draw. Where the researcher is just the immediate effect. So I'm not sure if I like that decision here from Gavin's list.
Yeah, I agree. This is a tough spot. Like normally when the Earthen is down on resources, Shroud is like sitting pretty, but right now it's definitely a bit tense. Did he do it to another? I'm confused why he's snitching the seeds, because he's giving free units to attack, and Tyler is allowed to bank again. Like he's giving more draw power to Tyler. So I'm
Yeah,
very intrigued why he's going for this route of play.
I am as well. Okay, cash is off the top. Yeah, I mean, based on okay, that's not really what you want either. But Solia is a great, development here.
Yeah.
It's only 9 cards left. Gavin is definitely starting to run out of resources. It's getting down to the wire. I suppose I'd probably just let Solia cleanly take this out. Yeah.
He's like reading. He's like, there is
Just
nothing
in
that is going to
case.
go wrong here. He's going to pass to draw. He's not going to use Saleya's ability to draw. So for those that don't know, if you proc Saleya's ability but you pass on it, you draw an extra card.
Yeah, I actually did. It's so seldom of the time that you see that happen.
Yeah.
Wow.
His
Tyler.
cash is just procking.
Yeah.
Just every cash. All right, now we get to find out how many real cards are in this deck or that are left. The
Apparently none.
shieldeds are so good though.
Yeah, especially against a Shroud. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe
Oh
there
my
are no real
gosh.
cards left in the deck, Muka, and it's just
Does
the
Gavin have a
cashes.
demo left?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that's a good card though. Oh, and all of them shielded.
So I could be losing my mind here, but I don't see a demolecularize in the list, Muka. Is that
Uh-oh.
possible? I
It
think
could
it
be.
is. Yeah, I see no demolecularize. I have
And
to
you could have
admit,
gone for this like more aggro centric build. It's been done before.
I think that I cannot support that decision. I think that I love Demo, I really do, and I think if you want to go for like an aggro type of list, like you might as well just play Neve, right, or something like that, so you can have the big finish at 9 and try and put the pressure on. But I don't know.
Yeah.
It's perhaps it's worked well for him in the past, but in this situation, you absolutely want that Demo.
Yeah. In this situation for sure. It has been done in the past. I've seen it. But yeah, I mean, this is not the place where you want to be caught off guard because you don't have one. And yeah, Tyler just lines up the way to cleanly finish this next turn then, if that's the case. He's
I think
Gaben's looking at lethal.
if Tyler knows the list and see that there isn't a demo, he would just definitely drop the
Yeah, yeah.
Titan, but he's holding it back just to keep some resources. Oh, that take it or leave it. So sad. Coin concede for Gaben.
Tyler gets a win here. He finishes the set.
Yeah, that was
That will put
lethal on
him at
board.
2 wins.
Oh,
Or 3 wins. Good start for the day.
yeah, a 3-0 for Tyler. Very nice. I think that Gaben probably just, went for a more aggressive build, as you were saying, and just didn't quite have that explosive start, perhaps, that he was looking for. Death by
Yeah.
supply cache. Oh my gosh, another formidable presence.
There we go.
All right.
Gaiman gives Tyler the win, and Tyler's, starting day 1 off super strong, 3-0.
Yeah, that's got to feel pretty good, right?
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
It was like we saw that kind of match. Like usually we have that kind of shroud matchup between against an Earthen, and it's usually a win. But now it kind of falls short. Like how is it kind of underpowered compared to Earthen right now, Ali?
The brand?
Yeah, the brand shroud.
I mean, look, I still think that Brand can do a decent job. I really am suspicious of that particular list. Like, there were a few inclusions, like the class fighter. I do
Yeah.
think that card can be useful sometimes, but I feel to me, I've always thought it's like a win more card.
Yeah.
I don't know if it deserves a slot in the list. Certainly not over something like a demolecularize, which would have bailed him out in that game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I am unsure of where I think New Dawn is the obvious pick over Brand personally,
Mm-hmm.
but I think depending on how you build the list, Brand could do some work, and unfortunately, it just didn't really work out in that situation there.
Yeah, and of course, brand has to be a target. Like, has to have a certain deck target that they're building onto. What do you think that is about, Muka? Like, what are they like? What is the optimal matchup that they're looking for?
Um, the optimal, like for Brand, you
Mhm.
have like probably the best Earthen matchup. You have a better Ogden Core matchup. You have a better Markolian matchup. Yeah, so I think it's like some of those, like probably one on a Shroud that does better into the Marco aggro.
Mm-hmm.
And still does well where it does well. Maybe Gavin's build was a little off,
Yeah.
but the actual Paragon, we've seen quite a few people run it. I believe Tyler himself is running Brand and having success.
Yeah. Even getting to a 3-0 in this
Yeah.
match.
Correction, by the way, 2-1. I got a little overzealous. He's 2-1, but still a great day, a great start to the day.
Yeah.
Actually,
But
yeah, it looks
yeah.
like 9 people brought New Dawn and 8 Brand, so it was actually pretty evenly split between those two choices for the deck representation.
Yeah, and Nevis like crying over there with just two guys bringing it over. Like,
Steve
where?
crying in the corner. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know.
the Jason brought Neve, and he's doing pretty good. He's 2-1. So
Okay.
I think all the shrouds in general have their niches, and the overall deck type still performing.
Yeah, and every other Paragon has been represented. Still no Yan in sight. So
One day,
Maybe
guys.
yeah,
next
It'll be
season.
good one day.
the season is ending. Is like, okay, maybe not this season. But yeah, I mean, again, okay. So we've had some updates as well. And of course into the bracket, I want to see how has it been, rather, if we can have some of that action right now. There you go, been updated, guys. And for the translation or the legend here is for each win you get 3 points. So if you see like Very Fat Cat has 3 wins over at Pod A. Yep, congratulations for getting that got that straight 3-0. Jisoo getting 6 points for 2 wins. Hylos DRD 2 points as well. Thais 2 points as well for Pod A. 1 win for XC, 1 win for Yarla, 1 win for Gmon. Jason Florant and Sparkling and Hogback and Viper and the Brighty also get 2 points as well. Bulvens and Fino getting 1 point each. On Pod C, 2 points for Perp. 6 points for Lambi, Perp, and Kintsugi. 3 points for Pepito, Zeliaster, and Zaratustra and Penzokin. Chogo is out of the tournament. Pod D, we have three wins, which means 9 points for Jobsad, 6 points each for Sequinox and Tyler. Tatena, Dual Note, and Gavin get 3 points each. That means they get 1 win. And Ganera and Manos haven't had a win as well. So, this is actually quite interesting as to how it all went. But of course, before we move on to our post match, we would like to thank our 2 sponsors, Community Gaming and Saga. Community Gaming is the most advanced competitive gaming platform, powering over 300 tournaments per month for the top Web 2 and Web 3 games. And of course, CG has facilitated 50 plus parallel tournaments and is committed to support the growth of Parallel's esports scene. Head over to communitygaming.io and check out their free to enter tournaments. Special thanks to Community Gaming for supporting this weekend's event, and Saga, guys. Thank you to Saga for making this happen as well. Saga's mission is to enable the next 1000 chains in the multiverse. Saga and Parallel are partnering on an exclusive Parallel card back available as part of Saga's over 9,000 campaign. To learn more about Saga, visit saga.xyz. And you know, for this match, or rather for this tournament, of course, we're already on day one, and we are going to be closing day one on 3 rounds. And of course, for tomorrow, it's going to be 4 rounds. Looking at the bracket right now, or looking at the results, um, I know you hate this, guys. Who do you think is gonna? Who do you think is gonna be moving forward? Like there are some ties, there's some like already 2 wins, there's some clean sweeps with the 3-0 on the first round or in the first day. Like with our players right now, how have your expectations been from like the drawing of the players for each pods? Have they matched up, or have you seen anything different that has happened with day one? Let's start with Muka.
Um, I mean, the guys that got 3-0s are pretty confident picks right now. Like, Very Fat Cat has always been topping lately, so
Mhm.
I'm not shocked that he's doing well here. Lambie doing well, really cool to see. Jobsad was a beast, and recent discovery, brother of BlizzCon Jan, one of the best parallel players that we've had yet to date, just not competing yet. So those three don't surprise me too much. Very happy, or with the YGG guys, and just
Mhm.
watching them play. Like Sequinox and Tyler doing well. Fino a little behind, going 1 and 2 today, but not bad. Their lineups are cool. And I think I have to talk about the surprising on the opposite end. Manos so far, no wins, but it's very early. I mean, it's only day one. You could 4-0 tomorrow and be fine. He's still in the middle of his game three, or his round three, so you don't know what can happen. But his build was very similar to like Sequinox's. So it could be just unfortunate part of the game, right? Don't
Yeah.
draw the right cards, or not drafting the right paragons at the right time. But in terms of lineup, I don't think you can critique it too much, because it's similar to Sequinox, who did pretty well today, going 2-1.
Yeah, considering the decks that were carried out today, like how have they adjusted with the recent balance changes? Like, there is no longer the presence of Eclipse Fate, it and somehow our players are just adjusting to it, are like adapting to these changes. What do you think is the way, or rather, how did our players adjust to the different changes over the past patch, Ali?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple differences. One, I mean, brands making a comeback. I think the no snitching change definitely affected that and put it a little bit back on the map. I don't think there has been like a crazy amount of changes, but
Mhm.
the Og Core, the kill switch list, like we didn't see that quite as much the past tournament. So I feel like the meta shakeup, maybe brought that on the map a little bit. But for the most part, like Sipius is still getting banned. There's a little bit of variance here and there, so it hasn't been too crazy in the differences. But yeah, we'll see tomorrow. We've
Mhm.
got 4 rounds tomorrow. It was 3 rounds today.
Yeah.
And yeah, Mooka, I think that was a really great breakdown of all of the players going over the pods there. I
Yeah.
think definitely like a little sad to see Manos not quite clutching out a great first day, but there's still plenty of time tomorrow with 4 rounds for him to kind of claw back into it.
Yeah, and he lost to Tyler and Sequinox, who are doing well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know, maybe good tiebreakers go a long way tomorrow. I do want to know one fun thing before we end off. There is
Yeah.
one player letting Sipius through that did not get shown on screen today,
Oh.
and that is Brighty. He has been letting Sipius through. He is 2-1 so far. I got word that he actually was able to beat Fino's Sipius 3 times, which is crazy.
Wow.
Wow.
So he's, someone going against the grain a little bit.
I'm curious if he brought Neve, or to have
Yes.
that
Yeah.
AoE.
He brought Neve.
Okay.
Neve, Kathy, Sipius, and Earthen, I think is his
Oh.
lineup.
Wow.
So like he's
I
probably like confident like that kind of board clears and with the presence with the absence or rather with the nerf from the high density genetic replicator and kill box maybe right I want to see that like maybe tomorrow day 2 I want to see that matchup but I don't know if the Twitch gods will let it happen. Twitch be twitching, but yeah. Okay, so guys, can you give me like a short preview of how it is to be to get to the top 4? Like, what do you need? Like, what is the minimum amount of wins do you need to get to the top 4?
Oh God, don't ask me that question.
Big
I
less.
think 5. I mean, Pod C might be skewed because Shogo dropped,
Hmm.
but I think it's 5 is like very confident. 4 is like tiebreakers.
Okay.
Mhm. It's gonna get down to the wire tomorrow. That's for sure. And then we're
Yeah.
gonna find out our final 16 players, guys. This is huge. And
Yeah.
it's also, I just want to say,
Yeah.
Super huge.
watching these knockout rounds has been so exciting because these are truly the names that have popped up the most out of the entire league. And so
Hmm.
getting to see them play each other like in this, sort of final culmination before we hit Vegas is incredibly exciting. So we've got a lot of action, ready for tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, also gotta say thank you again to the chat for keeping it here over at our stream. Like they just keep on coming back, guys. Like we were getting some technical difficulties a while ago, but they just keep on coming back and just commenting and supporting the outfit of some of the players. Like one comment was saying, "I like what he's wearing. Like he's like buttoned down," and I think like finally letting it all out, or letting all the energy out, or something like that. I don't know, man. These guys over chat, the community is just like unhinged and also supportive of their players as well. And you know, Ali, you hit it right in the nail. Top 16 is one day away, and we might see, of course, some of the players catch up. Like from just a one win, maybe they get 4 wins the next day. I don't know. Manos as well. We saw him over at Pod D not getting any wins from day 3. From day 1, 3 losses already like getting you 4. I don't know, and there might be some tiebreakers if it happens to be there. And we've been briefed that like if there was gonna be a tiebreaker, there's gonna be a tiebreaker match. So I hope we don't get to that because guys, these guys are like really really sweaty, and I'm pretty sure they will grind their matches to a T so that they will be dominating their pods. And guys, okay, so that's gonna be it for day one. And we're gonna be having another day to rest because tomorrow we're gonna be having another set of action-packed matches for day two for the Parallel Prime Championship knockout stages. We have been your casters, Free Tip Scout, Kinto for the first ones, and of course Ali and Muka right here, and your host Excelsior PH. And we're gonna see you tomorrow for day two. See you at the Parallel Prime Championship knockout stages, day two. Bye, guys.